I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello. I hope y'all can see Lucy, girl. Lucy. She looks so cute this morning. I don't know if you can see her little pigtails. She looks so cute this morning. It is cold outside, so she had to put on a sweater. So I don't know why it's cold in Florida. Y'all Northerners need to come get your weather. Good morning. Happy Friday Eve. Happy Friday Eve. It is good to see y'all. Oh, I don't know. Doesn't it feel like we just left here? I feel like we just left here. Some of us did. We had a marathon yesterday. I think it was like 11 hours or something that I streamed yesterday so that we could get everything in. But it was worth it because we got to see all of the grand finale and justice being served for the Lisa Dykes trial. And then we got to see, we got to get caught up on, of course, the Brice Rhodes triple murder trial. So it is going to be a good day. So today we will be live. Now they have the other, I think it is, I believe Ja'Cory is coming in today to testify. So they're bringing him from the jail and they have some proffer questions that they're going to be asking him this morning. So we're going to watch that. And that just means they're going to be asking him questions outside the presence of the jury. And then the jury's going to be there later. I think they're going to get there about 10 Eastern. So we'll get to hear them question for a little bit without them. Breezy, morning. Brandi and Lucy, 7 months strong. 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Yeah, some of y'all are finishing last night's stuff. Yeah, last night, look, we pushed through, though. We pushed through and we got to see it. The hard part was understanding him. He has he speaks with a clenched jaw. He does not enunciate at all. So he speaks with a clenched jaw. So it makes it a little bit harder to understand him. But I translated as best I could. So Hannah Fullwood, member for 5 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. It is good to have you here. Morning, everyone. Best place to live on the internet. Best place to live. I love that. On the internet right here. It's been a real quick 5 months. Oh, I have it's our anniversary. Hold on. I got to get all my stuff together. Let me get all my stuff together. So I can get my sound effects. Oh, I think I have to share. Let's see. Oh, dang. I think I have to. Happy anniversary. He did seem scared. He seemed scared. And I had empathy for him because he was a 15-year-old kid when this happened with a really, tough situation, tough life. So it's hard not to feel it's hard not to feel something about that because, you know, kids are not just usually are not just born terrible people, you know, they are products of, I know there's the whole nature versus nurture argument. I mean, they're products of both really. And, you know, the nurture part in his situation was incredibly impactful on him. And it's hard not to acknowledge that and think about, you know, what if he had been given a different situation, different chance. So, it's hard to see, you know, see all this with happening with kids. I'm curious today. We heard from Anwan yesterday. I'm curious today to see how much of the story lines up with Ja'Cory's testimony. So that'll be interesting. We'll see. We'll see. He's afraid of Brice Rhodes, as everyone should be. Yeah, I mean, he's a loose cannon. I'd be scared of him. Amanda Brown, member for 7 whole months. Happy. All right. Can you hear that? Are y'all able to hear that? Hold on. Can you hear this one?
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Can y'all hear that? I'm trying to figure out my settings and what y'all can hear and what you can't. Oh yeah, good. You can. Okay. Let's see here. Love it here. Such a kind community. Amanda Brown, we are glad to have you. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I love seeing anniversaries. It means y'all love our little family. I love it. I love seeing it. Stacy S, that's the same thing. I was thinking how much of their story matches up, because then that goes to show you who is telling the truth. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Tosh said, I'm sitting here nodding my head like I can see you. Can y'all hear this? Got it. Be Kind Tiger, member for 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Good morning, everyone. Brandi, you are an inspiration. Thank you. You are an inspiration. Y'all inspire me. Y'all inspire me. Our little corner of the internet just shows me that people can all come together and watch things together and enjoy some of it, cry together, laugh together, disagree, and still be nice. Who knew? Who knew that's available on the internet? All over the internets. We have about 6 minutes until they're supposed to be live on here. I think they were going to start them about 8:15, 9:15 their time. Who did not get to watch the rest of yesterday? The testimony from Anwan. Who did not get to watch that? It was heartbreaking. It really was. It was heartbreaking. The kid came across as scared, but trying to act not scared. My heart actually hurt for him. Yeah, I thought the same thing. So y'all didn't hear it at all. Okay. I'll give you a quick recap. I'll give y'all a quick recap before we get started. Kelly, happy anniversary. Member for 6 whole months. Happy anniversary, Kelly. I am glad you're here. Glad to have you here. I love the anniversaries. I love that, Virginia Little. Your stream shows us that people can be so different, but still be able to come together and see how much they have in common. I agree. White Paint, she got life, and life in Texas is 40 years before you're eligible for parole. So she will be 100 before she's eligible for parole. Crazy, huh? Ms. Kim, member for 6 whole months. I want to wear these out this morning. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Oh, white paint. She also got 20 years for the tampering too, but life for the murder. Oh, you need the chart. Who is who? I can provide you with that. I can do that for you. I hope they don't yell today. Which one was that was yelling? Killed our ears. What was that yesterday? Okay, let me share my screen. Oh, MS Kim, I love that cat yawning or yelling or whatever it's doing. I love your little profile picture. That cracks me up every time. All right, so this is the, oh wait, we have one more. Chica 422, member for 2 months. Absolutely love it. Here, hold on. You get, I keep alternating the 2 clips and I can't remember which one. I think this is the one. Happy anniversary to you too. Absolutely love it here. And 2 hearts. We love it that you're here too. Happy anniversary. Oh, and another one. Kathy Davidson, member for 5 whole months. So happy to be with my family here. Happy anniversary to you too. See, I remember which one it is for this one because I only just did the other one. Hold on. Oh, I hit the wrong button. You know, we didn't get to hear these sound effects for so long while I had to be at my brother's house. So we're just making up for lost time today, Kathy Davidson. We're going to play them over and over. Happy anniversary. I'm glad you're here. All right. I will give y'all a quick rundown. And I keep trying to give y'all a rundown, and then we have more anniversaries. Created by EJF, member for 4 whole months. Happy anniversary. Love that I met you in this channel. I'm glad to have you here as well. Happy 4-month anniversary. Best 4 months ever. And Mamie P, happy anniversary. Remember for 6 whole months. Brandi, mods, fellow jurors, love you all. Mamie P, we love you too. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I think like everybody saves them up for Friday Eve, right? I love it. Happy anniversary. And another one, Natalie O, member for 5 months. I missed the songs. Love your channel. Happy anniversary, Natalie O, member for 5 whole months. 5 whole months. 5 whole months. Best 5 whole months. Any more anniversaries before I start giving the recap? Any more? Today's anniversary day. Anybody else want to celebrate with us? Okay. So look, this is what I love. So many milestones here. It's a good problem to have. It's the best problem to have. It's the best. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. Phil's mom. Remember for 5 months. So happy to be with y'all. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. We're happy to have you here too. And Megan Easton, happy anniversary. Thank you. Thank y'all for being my friends. Love you all. Happy anniversary, Megan Easton. Happy anniversary. Okay, I've got to do the recap before they get started, so I'm going to start on it now. So any more anniversaries, I'm going to hold them until I finish my recap so that we can make sure we get it in for those of y'all who didn't get to see it last night. I love that there's so many. That's because our family is so special. Okay, last one for now. Corey, member 7 whole months. So grateful for you in this community. I am grateful for you too, Corey. Happy 7-month anniversary. 7 months is like all the 7 months that I'm seeing lately. Those are like the ones that were like the very first, couple weeks that we started watching trials together on here. So that's really cool. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. All right. So for those of y'all who did not get to see yesterday, let me give you a quick recap. I gave y'all the recap yesterday for kind of what the trial is all about. And we had multiple witnesses come out yesterday and kind of give, their input on their parts of it. We got to see some pictures. I also had to hide some pictures. They had some pretty graphic ones of the kids, and I refused to show somebody else's baby and I know they're not babies, they're teenagers, but any mama knows that's somebody's baby. So I refused to show somebody's baby in that kind of state. So I hid those. So if you do want to go watch yesterday's stuff, you don't have to worry about that part. I did not show that part. But we had some crime scene photos. We had some of the first responders. We heard from some of the family members. We heard from the grandmother. Oh, the grandmother of the boys broke our hearts. She was just a mess up there crying. It made me so sad. So sad. But we had the opening statements we did the day before, but quick rundown on those. These four are the ones who were in the car in the first murder, which was Christopher Jones. The two teenage brothers were, and this was Brice Rhodes' car. The two teenage brothers were in there. Maurice was driving. Larry was sitting right behind him. Ja'Cory Taylor, who we're supposed to be hearing from today, was the front passenger, and then Brice was sitting in the back right seat. They had heard that there's a guy with a price on his head, so they were going to go. Brice apparently had the idea to go kill this guy and get paid for it. They wanted to collect money on it. So we heard yesterday that Anwan was saying that Ja'Cory went and bought a gun because he was the only one with money. They said that's what Anwan said, that he went and bought a gun, and that's the gun that Brice used. They drove down the street, back and forth in this neighborhood or whatever in this area, looking for this guy who had a hit out on him. Christopher Jones is walking along the street, and they see him. And Brice Rhodes sorry, my hair's still wet and it's sticking to my headphones. Brice Rhodes sees this guy and hollers out the window, get out of the road. BITCH is what he calls him. Too early to cuss on the stream. And then he shoots him. The shot goes through his arm into his side. It did not kill him right away, but it did end up being fatal. These four were in this car. Anwan Carter was following behind them in a stolen pickup truck. So they ended up, Anwan had said in his testimony yesterday, they ended up burning the truck because Brice told him that that's to keep from them finding evidence. I guess that was his big, his big plan. So after this, there's an overheard phone call. They realized that the teenage boys had told their family about the murders, so they knew about it or whatever, and he got mad. They end up all back at Brice's house the next the 22nd or whatever after. So this is like 3 weeks after all this happens. They end up at Brice's house. They kind of are messing around. They start arguing. Maurice, the 16-year-old, pulls out a knife, and Brice, the grown man, grabs the knife and whacks him on the head with it, and then tells him he's going to discipline him. So he says that Anwan said that he kind of went along with it. He was thinking that, discipline, he was just going to get punched in the chest or something. He didn't realize how bad it was going to be. But this is when when everything just started getting this was the hardest part to hear, I think. They tied, I guess they used a belt and tied their hands behind their backs. First they put him in the bathroom, and they took a vote. I know it was these 4 that were there, and then there was one other person who was an older person too. Light-skinned guy is all he said. I don't think that they ever said a name. I never heard a name. He said he didn't know the name. So they took a vote on whether or not the boys would die or not. Anwan said he's the only one who voted that they should live. He was outvoted. He said he had to go along with it. Otherwise, he would have ended up like them too. So they put hats over their heads and a sock in their mouth and tied their hands behind their back. Larry was put in a different room. Maurice they started punching him in the chest and stuff first. And then Tyrion or whatever handed Brice the knife, and he started stabbing him. Heartbreaking. And all this he was on his knees when he was doing this. They were basically making him beg for his life. And he said that the stabbing went on until Maurice stopped breathing. They had sheets under him so that they could move him. So they moved him over, and then they brought Larry out and did the same thing. He said that he kind of started making noises. He was also on his knee. Same thing. Brice kind of stabbed him until he was not breathing anymore. And then Anwan said that then Brice passed the knife around and made everyone else stab a few times, because he said that, they were all going to be in on this. They put the boys in totes, and they all carried the totes to the Mazda that Brice had. One of the totes went in the back seat, and the back seat that was missing, and one of them went in the trunk. And the 3 older ones, so Brice, Tyrion, and whoever the other guy was, I didn't add him here because I didn't know about him. They didn't mention him in openings, and I made this based on openings. But Brice, Tyrion, and the other guy that he mentioned yesterday, the 3 older ones, went to dispose of the bodies, while he left Ja'Cory and Anwan at his mom and sister's. It's his apartment too, or he lives there too, I should say. But it's his mom's apartment. It's the apartment that he shares with his mom and his sister, but they were out of town. So he leaves, Brice leaves these 2 to clean it up. He said that they cleaned up from that night through in the morning, like stayed up all night cleaning up the blood and everything. And he told him to, while you're at it, go ahead and do my mom's dishes. He said that when Brice came back, they loaded up all of the bloody stuff and, all of that into the Mazda and put it in the trunk. And they were going around to different dumpsters and putting, parts of the evidence in different dumpsters and then lighting it on fire. So he said that, Anwan also said that he took Maurice's phone and boots. And he had the phone on him. Now he's 15 at the time, and he's just using Maurice. He didn't have a phone, so he's just using Maurice's phone, like, making phone calls and stuff. And then the kid's mom calls Maurice's phone. Anwan answers it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, they're at the store." And she said, "Okay, we'll have them call me." Well, when the boys go missing, they end up tracking that phone, which leads them to Anwan. And they were asking him, like, did you know? Because the U.S. Marshals came and were questioning him, and he started panicking. And he was like, they asked him, they were like, did you not know that they could trace the phone? He was like, no. Like, he's a 15-year-old. 15-year-olds don't know that kind of stuff. I mean, maybe mine did, because I watched too much true crime and he would sit there. But like most 15-year-olds are not going to know, that they can trace phones like that, So U.S. Marshals come and are questioning him, and he starts panicking. He originally told them, like, nope, don't know anything about it. Don't know Brice, whatever, typical. Like, that's not surprising. A 15-year-old is, going, like, 15-year-old in trouble and has nobody there for him. Like, of course he's going to be panicking. And so originally he told them, nope, don't know anything. Eventually he did come clean with everything. Now, one thing they pointed out too, he came clean with everything, like with the whole story, before he was offered the plea deal. And when they said that yesterday, I was like, okay, that's kind of important. That's kind of important. So, hello, good morning. Public, blah, blah, blah. I can't talk. Publicly Buzzed is covering this one too. It's crazy. I'm giving everybody who didn't get to watch it yesterday a recap so we can get started with the proffer this morning. But yeah, it's a wild one. So let's see. What else did you miss? What else did you miss? What else did you miss? They cut out the back seat. You know, we talked about Seatgate 2016. Like, you know, was the seat, did the police lose the seat? And one of the forensics lady said that she never saw the seat at the dumpster, never took a picture of the seat, it never existed in, you know, her world. And Anwan actually said that they did not put the seat in the dumpster, that they put it in the back of somebody's garage. So that was our information to Seatgate 2016. Also, that was one thing, because they had used that as part of their interrogation or questioning or whatever when they were talking to Anwan and Jacory. Had said that, you know, they found the seat in the dumpster, but then of course the seat never turned up. So, but he says it was put in the garage, not in a dumpster. What else? Those of y'all who watched it with us yesterday, what else did we miss? What else did I miss in my little recap? Yeah, he said they put it in the back of someone's garage, but he didn't know who. So, what he also said, I think it was defense on a cross-examination, said that they asked him if he had originally told one of the detectives that Jacory bought that gun that was used in Christopher Jones' murder, if Jacory had bought it from Maurice and Larry's family, like from his mom's house. He said he doesn't remember saying that, but what else? The grandmother was one of the hardest ones for me to watch, because she was just boohoo crying up there, and that broke my heart. That made me so sad. So, did I miss anything else in the recap? He also said that it was Brice's idea. They went along with killing the guy who had the hit on him because they thought they were going to get money out of it, that Brice was going to break him off some from the hit money. Yeah, Brice made the kids stab afterwards, so they would be a part of it. So they wouldn't talk, yeah. Anything else I'm missing? Christopher Jones, yes. Christopher Jones was a case of mistaken identity. They just shot a dude with braids and then asked questions later. Oh, apparently Brice did, not they, Brice. And then it turns out it wasn't even the right person. So, which is tragic. And his sister testified yesterday too. So from the forensics lady, Rebecca Kimmer, we heard that they had the positive reaction for blood with the luminol that they did. They weren't able to photograph it or like record it on video successfully. So they just cut up a big old piece of carpet and took it for testing. They were called to the dumpster with about the evidence that was there, because remember they took evidence to different dumpsters and were burning it. They had to take everything out one by one and take pictures of it. What else? Judy D, happy anniversary. Good morning, all. Much love and thanks to Brandi and the mods. Judy D, happy anniversary to you. Happy anniversary. Yes, you also missed Brice has permanent duck face. I don't know why he has permanent duck face. And he was doing like this when N1 was on the seat, which was weird. We were like, he's making gestures. He kind of made it look like enough to where you could maybe just try to play it off like, oh, I was just playing with my beard. But it looked like he was making faces. Yeah, N1 kept looking at him too. Like he would look back over at him too. It was very tense. It was very tense. Chris Jensen was also there. He is the one who had rented the Dodge Charger from Enterprise Rental Company, the one that Brice was driving when he got arrested, the one that he borrowed to go pick up the boys. Connie. Yeah, I wasn't joking when I said we live here. I know we had a marathon stream yesterday. We had to get caught up. Happy anniversary, Connie Munster. What else did we hear? Chris Rutherford, when he came out, he said that they did fingerprints for the victims when they found them. Of course, those led nowhere because if they're not in the system yet. What else? Oh, when he went to go find the Mazda, he said that the driver's window was rolled down, and he said that the smell of bleach was so strong that he could like smell it as he's approaching it in the parking lot. And the back seat was gone. And also you could see into the trunk, and the carpet had been completely removed from the trunk too, which is where, I mean, that lines up with Anwan's, testimony that they put stuff in the trunk too, to, not only to go dispose of the body when they put the tote back there, but also they put stuff in the trunk to go around to the different dumpsters and dispose of it and burn it. So there was that too. What else? What else am I missing from my recap? There was an argument about the 2 search warrants. They did the first search warrant at Brice's and didn't find a whole lot. What'd she say? They took like a small knife and a large knife from the bedroom, and that was it. And then as they were getting ready to leave, like they had cleared it and everything, but hadn't left the apartment complex yet, they got the second warrant based on information that they were getting during these interviews that were going on. So that's when they went back for the second warrant, and that's when they got the, she said there was 6 items. It was carpet from the living room, carpet padding from the living room, 2 artificial plants, some kind of lanyard, and another piece of carpet from the living room. That's the 6. So, and then they processed the car. What else? Yeah, who keeps hammers and knives under your mattress? I don't want to know what y'all keep under your mattress. Chat will go off the rails again. What else? Do we miss anything else? I can't think of anything else we missed, but it was definitely sad. I think that, yeah, they finished with Anwan yesterday. I believe that they're doing the proffer for Jacory this morning, and then they'll bring in the jury, and we'll get to hear his testimony in front of the jury too. So that'll be interesting. And Jacory was only 17 at the time. And defense was a little bit like, kind of tricky in their wording yesterday when they were talking to Anwan, because the way that they were saying it, it was like, oh, so if you don't, testify in a way that makes them happy, then they're going to, revoke your deal. Right. And that's not what it is. Like, it's not you have to testify in a way that makes them happy or they'll pull your deal. It's if they don't feel like you're being truthful, then and they clear that up on redirect, but the judge is the one who would have to make, that decision. They can't just be like, I'm not happy with what you said, off with your head. But okay, maybe off with your head isn't the right term. After business, I can't even use that term anymore. It just back to jail you go, or whatever. You know what I mean? But they were kind of manipulative with their line of questioning about that. Especially because, he might be 22 now, but he was still, he's still, his grasp of legalities and the law and his ability to articulate them are not advanced enough for him to be able to have that conversation with an attorney in front of people when he's already nervous anyway. He still is childlike in the way that he responds to things like that. Like I think his comprehension and his understanding of that kind of stuff is not enough to where it was a fair question or a fair line of questioning for them, because I feel like they really were kind of attacking that situation and manipulating it in a way to get answers out of him so that the jury could hear it, as opposed to getting the truth out, which is really frustrating. I don't like it when attorneys manipulate things from like a slimy standpoint. You know what I mean? I don't like that. Not a fan. As far as Brice and the kid's mom having a romantical relationship, that is something that they have brought up multiple times. The defense has, and even used it as a motive to be, they even said that, she's the first one who threw him under the bus, because poor Brice Rhodes, he's just being, railroaded for no reason. He's just the scapegoat. Bless his little heart. And they said that she was the first one who mentioned him, which actually they said that her brother, TJ, was at the house when they went to the victim's house and spoke with the mom. And TJ was there. TJ had Brice's address. They rode together to go like looking for Brice. And then there was a whole counter surveillance situation, which was actually kind of funny. They also did say that the defense is saying, mom was a druggie. Mom had, drug problems. She was probably high when she was saying all this. And like, they kind of threw her under there, and that, they talked about her knowing that they had guns and stuff like that. Like they were coming at her pretty hard. But there was tension for sure. It's a crazy, crazy trial, crazy case. I would like to, on our lunch break today, I'm going to, I'll try to pull him up. Actually, maybe I can, let me see if I can do it now. Maybe I can do it now while we're waiting, since they haven't started yet. I want to pull up the videos of them questioning. Yeah, the typer may hopefully will type a little bit quieter today. All right, let me see if I can find this. The jury is supposed to be there at 10, but they're supposed to be having a proffer this morning, so they were supposed to be starting early, but they haven't yet. Look, I know everybody was bothered by the typer yesterday, but wouldn't you rather have a typer than
Brice,
like at least, at least there's that, right? I'm trying to find the full video, but I don't. Oh, I see my name tag. Sorry. I was looking for something. What did I miss? Hey, Bob. Having this dude as a client would be incredibly challenging. Yeah, you'd have to wear a rain jacket in case he spits on you. Gross, right? Ugh. Gosh. What would you have done? I know I was like hoping he got zapped yesterday. I was like, give it to me. I'd be zapping for everything. Bob, you're an experienced, world famous, world renowned criminal defense attorney. What would you have done in that situation where he was blowing kisses at the victim's mom and was doing like this on his shoulder and all that? What would you have done if he was your client? Like, how do you even handle that? I don't even know how to handle how. Oh, we have feed. Punch him. Punch him's a good answer. Let's see.
Police interviewed him on May 24th.
Where they run away to? Like,
Well, if we knew that, man, we wouldn't be here.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
This is Brice.
I wish I could help. Knew where they was. I don't.
Not long after, Rhodes stopped answering questions and asked for a lawyer. But 15-year-old Anwan.
I thought I had the whole
When the murder.
Videos. I'm gonna have to find them. I thought I had them saved, but I don't.
Put the body over his head, and he put a rag in his mouth. And then he stabbed him.
Carter describes a similar.
Gosh, oh.
The side, and we broke his brother, and we put the tobacco over his head. He put the body over his head and put the sock in his mouth. And like, started stabbing him too.
Carter.
So you Corey stabbed him too? Alright, how many times do you think you stabbed him? I stabbed him one time.
Carter said.
By the end of this video, I gotta find where I saw the whole video. By the end of the video, he's like underneath the table and like crying and stuff. Like it's I mean, this is a kid, he should be at home playing like Nintendo or whatever the kids play these days. And, like just eating all the groceries and being a kid. And to have such a tough life it's really sad. It makes me really sad for, I mean, it's just, it's one of those things like you can't help but think like if his situation would have been different, like what his life could have turned out to be. It makes me sad. Let's see. I was catching up on chat and saw someone said the state was saying something to one of the boys about testifying against Brice and not like the it's up to the jury to believe. Can you explain? What do you mean, Lindsay Hendricks? What do you mean? Bob says, I'm not sure he can help himself. It's so hard to know, but the guy seems genuinely unhinged. Yeah, which is, and I know they did the evaluation on him, so like, and he's competent to stand trial, but he's also intellectually disabled according to court documents. So he's not, which is the reason that he's not eligible for death penalty. So that's kind of interesting too. So he's good enough to stand trial, but not enough to be eligible for death penalty. And they said he had serious, like long-term serious mental illness. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Oh yeah. Yep. Called him intellectually disabled. Yeah, probably Buzz has some videos on this too, like some of the timeline stuff. And y'all know I love a timeline. All about a timeline. But he has some stuff on his channel about this to check out too. It's hard to fit my anyway, it was the state being harsh towards the boys on the stand. Someone mentioned the state talking about having to testify. Well, part of their deal was having to testify. So they got a plea deal in exchange for their testimony against them. But they also did say that, you know, he was 15 when all of this happened, right? So he went into like the juvenile system for 3 years. At 18, he went before the judge, and the judge got to decide if he, you know, was able to get like probation from that point, or, you know, continue being like moved to an adult facility or whatever, continue to be locked up. And didn't the prosecutor say that the state recommended that he not be given probation? Because he ended up getting probation after his 3 years. So when he was 18, he got out on probation, but the state went against that. They said that they didn't think he should get probation, which I thought was really interesting too. Because the defense keeps playing up like this sweetheart deal that he got, and he, you know, the state's, you know, giving him all this stuff, you know, so that he'll do what they want. But then the prosecutor got up there and said, we told the judge, don't let him out. I thought that was really interesting. And they made the point that he told the police all of this stuff, all of this information before the plea deal was actually even offered. I agree. He needs a bunch of rehabilitation and stuff. But I mean, unfortunately, prisons aren't really set up for a lot of rehabilitation. Like you're more likely to get institutionalized than you are rehabilitated, unfortunately. Yeah, the defense definitely made it sound like he was just lying for the state. They were really tough on all of that. I'm curious to see how he acts when he's not in this kind of situation. Like how his demeanor is. Because keep in mind, you know, him being on the stand is automatically going to make him nervous, but especially being in front of Brice and, you know, having to tell the story about something that happened when he was 15. You know, this is in 2016 that this happened. So it's going to be nerve-wracking anyway. There's going to be things he doesn't remember. There's going to be things he remembers wrong because our memories will be faulty. You know, it's just part of it. But so there's a lot of factors that play into, you know, his demeanor and everything yesterday, but it makes me really curious on what he's like outside of this situation. He's in prison right now, or jail, whatever they said, prison, right? For 3 years for armed robbery, gun charges, having a gun by a convicted felon. So, you know, and he's still so young. He still has a chance at having a life if, you know, he can make changes. But after he got out in Kentucky, he moved to Florida. They said he joined a gang, is what defense said, and then started making bad choices again and ended up locked up again. Kathy B says, as a prison caseworker, you can't rehab someone who doesn't want to be changed. Fortunately, most inmates do want to improve their lives. I think that most inmates do. I could see where, you know, most inmates do want to improve their lives. Where I think the problem is that there are a lot more in the prison system who have different priorities. Like their priorities might be, you know, might change. You know, it's easier to pull somebody down off of a ladder than it is to help somebody up a ladder. And I think it's easier to fall into the institutionalized crowd than it is to, because it's so much more vast too, than to, you know, than to be able to find the rehabilitation opportunities that they want or need. There are too many people in prisons. I agree. I think that, have y'all listened to that? There's a podcast about the prison system that I was listening to. And it's all about the prison system in Georgia. And it was just shocking, some of the stuff that it's like an investigative thing. I'll have to find it when we go on a break. I'll have to look it up in my history. It'll be in my history somewhere right past Defense Diaries, Bob. But it's all about the prison system and stuff, and like investigative stuff. And even lately we've heard so many horror stories of, you know, these things happening in prison system. It's just, it's terrifying. I think it's really hard to change your life from there. Oh, there you go. The podcast Serial season 3 does a good breakdown on the Cleveland system. Oh, that's good to know. College Behind Bars is a very interesting doc. Highly recommend. Oh, wow. My uncle died in prison and wasn't contacted for like 6 months after he had passed. That was in Richmond. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Linda says, I don't trust plea deals. Witness can be pressured into pointing a finger to get a deal. How do we really know the whole truth? I agree with that to an extent. I mean, there are some that I feel like, because we've seen like wrongful convictions where the people came back and they said, like, I did this to help myself. I think that the big thing with plea deals is I feel like, if you're going to go off somebody's testimony, you need to have things that corroborate that it's the truth. Things that line up. So we can only hope that, each system is doing their job to do that. But there's a lot of pressure for, the state to put away the bad guys and, keep the public calm and get an arrest and get a conviction. And so I know that added pressure, makes people do stupid things just to get their numbers or get their convictions or get their arrests. And that's scary. You ever watch like any of the stuff about like Innocence Project stuff or any of the there's actually a new one on HBO. The one in Boston where the guy called 911 and he was in a car and they mentioned it in trial 4 actually. They talked about it in trial 4 where the guy is in the car with his pregnant wife and he was like, somebody just shot me or, shot us. And his wife was killed and he described a guy. And so they went looking, like banging on doors and stuff, like looking for this guy, but he like made it up. It was, he sent them on a wild goose chase. It was, he's the one who wanted to kill his wife. So like that's terrifying. Yeah, I just started that series. It's good so far. Yeah, it's really good. I heard about it in trial 4. And then I saw on HBO that they were doing a whole documentary series about it. I was like, ooh, I got it saved to my watch list if I ever get time. I'll be able to watch it during treatment though. Because I can that'll give me stuff to do. Charles Stewart murder in 89 in Boston. That was horrible. Is that the one? I can't remember the name. So all I can remember is pregnant wife, dude. Dallas born Boston bred says people still talk about Charles Stewart here. I couldn't remember the name. Murder in Boston is the name of it. Murder in Boston on HBO Max. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. When we were watching our paint dry trial, fresh paint, we're allowed to say it now because verdict is over. We can say the word fresh now. When we were watching the fresh paint trial, the attorney that was representing Cara was the same attorney that was in the trial 4. She was the defense attorney who helped get him released. That was one of those that was just infuriating to watch. I think if I was a defense attorney, I don't know that I could handle it because I think it would be so hard to see. I mean, it's hard just on this side of it, just watching it with y'all and chit-chatting about it and research and stuff. It's hard just from this part to, see some of the ways that injustices are done and, people working the system and stuff like that. It's hard from right here. I couldn't imagine being a defense attorney and having to try to work around that stuff. And it's so hard to undo something once it's been done. You can't just say, oh, he didn't do it. Y'all were wrong. And then they'll be like, oh, okay, my bad. Open the gates. It's, there's such a long, drawn out, time consuming system. And people are literally losing time, decades, of their lives. Sometimes I couldn't imagine. Oh Lord, here we go. Here we go. I just want them to zap him one good time. Just one good time. Maybe it'll happen today. Maybe. That's one thing though. I used to not be a fan of defense attorneys because I was like, how could you do this? I heard Bob say, defense attorneys, I heard him say one time though, like the way he explained it was, even when you have the ones who are not, people you don't like, you're still, you're not defending what they did. You're defending the Constitution, and you're defending, constitutional rights, and, and keeping those, prosecutors and police officers and, things like that. The ones that you see in some of those situations, like in trial 4, like, stuff like that, like having kind of keeping them in check and, and defending the Constitution. So I can see that. I think that it would be really hard though to some of those people that would come in. I can't even imagine. I told Mark Shiner that too. I was like, because he, when I talked to Mark Shiner, he was saying having, Travis as a client when everybody was, rallying behind him. He's like, those are the great ones, that you really, really want to see. But he said those are also the hardest, because if you lose that case, then you're watching an innocent man, I can't imagine. It would be so hard. And y'all know I can't fix my face. So I would be too, I think I would be too emotional if they did something to, like, if I truly believed in somebody and they did something, I think I don't know that I would be able to control myself enough to be a defense attorney too. I'd be like, are you kidding me? I'd have my sassy pants on all the time. All the time. Brenda, he was 25 when this happened. So he would be, what, 31 now? Ish. I just want to zap. Kelly Justin, if you missed this yesterday, I gave a recap at the beginning of this. So anybody who needs, if you want to get caught up real quick, I gave a little recap at the beginning. Yeah, Trial 4 is the name of a documentary. Yes. It's a really good one. I recommend it. It's on Netflix. Is it still on Netflix? I think it is. It was this is driving me nuts. This. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I watched this on, he's got himself a video. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I can't play it. I don't want to get a copyright thing, but. Oh, wow. Collin County sex trafficking raid leads to 3 arrests in Dallas-Fort Worth area. Ooh. Lock them up. All right, let me see. Let me find. He's got in this video, he's got the 2 teenage boys. In there, like holding guns and stuff. I'm not going to play it because I'll play a second of it. See, that's one of them. That's another one. It's too early for all that. It's too early for all that. Too early for all that. It looks like he's got like, this looks like it's scraped and stuff too. I haven't heard what's going on with it. Like what happened here. He said someone poured lighter fluid on his head and lit it. Holy crap. Well, being fuck around, find out, right? That ain't got nothing on our rap video. That's right, Caitlin. Wait, is Jeff the one that told me that I had no use in life because I was, what do you say, childless and, or was that a different one? I can't remember. I get all the law tube attorneys that hate me mixed up. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, where would there be, where would that come from? Where would that come from? Play the video from yesterday. Which video from yesterday? Which one? Oh, that was Andrew. Oh, yeah. Him. Bronca, that sounds right. Is that his name? Yeah, I had, which is funny because I'm not childless, but I don't post my child on Twitter for specifically because of people like him. But yeah, he's like something about how I'm used up and aging and childless and something. I can't remember. It was funny. It's like, do we know each other? Hi. We had the subject for our first diss track called Not a Fan. Y'all think y'all think he's going to act up today? Oh, let's do a poll. Do a poll. He's been good in front of the jury, though. Do you think Brice will act up today? Oh, just shock him one time. That's what I need on my Friday Eve. Yes or no? I know the polls are still coming up empty for some people, but the question is, do you think he's going to act up? Answers are yes or no. I need to put the answer. The answer should be I hope so, because we all want to see him get zapped, but no, but I really want him to. I know. Just, I need to get my own zapper, and I have like a list of stuff that I want for all these trials. So I'll add zapper to the list. I want my own like phone a friend. I want our I want to be able to like open up each witness for questions from the audience so that I can like submit my own questions. Because sometimes they don't always ask all the stuff I want to know. So I would like that. I would like microphones, like the lapel microphones on all of the attorneys, except for McShouty from Lisa Dykes trial, not him. Lord knows, don't put him near a microphone. And also, I would like to hear all of the things that the jury is saying at all times and have access to their notes. I feel like that's not a lot to ask. Right? It's not a lot to ask. He was so loud. He was so loud. The jury stuff would be so sweet in real time. I would love to be able to hear their deliberations and hear what they're saying. You know, it's funny because when I was at the Charlie Adelson trial, I was in chat and I was giving updates and stuff like while we were watching it. And because Kathy, you know, guest hosted some and Jessica guest hosted some. So I was in the courtroom and all of my updates were about the jury. Like I mean, some of it was like behind the scenes, you know, like this is happening now. This is whatever, you know, this person's looking at this person, whatever. But, and even like, I realized like you can, when I watched it after, like you can see me on the camera some and stuff. And like pretty much every time it shows me, I'm not watching forward. I'm like looking over at the jury. I wanted to see their reactions every single time. Plus the one juror, like the whack job juror was so animated. It was hard not to watch him. Sap those duck lips. Here we go. We didn't get to hear the proffer, I guess. Started early for no reason. Well, not no reason. We got to hang out.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, y'all. Does anybody need to report anything with the admonition? Okay, great. Thank you all. Is Carmel ready to call our next witness?
Yes, we're going to come up. Call Chad Allgaier.
Thank you.
Y'all see the girl who showed the jury in the YSL case of judgment voice? No. I haven't watched that one at all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Could you tell the jury your name?
Chadwick Allgaier.
Currently, where do you work?
I'm a probation officer with the Division of Probation and Parole.
Back in 2016, where did you work?
I worked for the Louisville Metro Police Department as a crime scene technician.
How long were you a crime scene technician?
6 years.
I don't know if I spelled it right.
I left in August of 2016.
So back in May, did you do some work on the case that we're here to talk about?
Yes, I did.
55% of y'all think he's going to act up today.
Sorry, sir. Now, the first thing that you did, what was your initial involvement in the case?
I believe initially I may have assisted on a search warrant at a house. And then the other involvement after that was processing a vehicle.
Okay, so the search warrant on the house, was that on Haight Avenue?
I believe so, yes.
And did you collect 2 knives?
Without reference to my report, I couldn't recall.
Okay, if I showed you the report, would you remember?
Yes.
Those would be the 2 knives from Brice's in that first search warrant.
One second. Sorry.
I believe so. He's gone through some attorneys
I'm going to
because
the number so I can find this more quickly.
he's gone through some, spitting at him and acting up, all his nonsense. They have not played his police interview yet. I don't know. A horse tranquilizer? Who knows?
May.
You could just look that over.
Sure.
Medicate like they medicate. Wasn't it weird hearing her voice when she was like, "No, are you going to testify?" No. She like after seeing her and knowing
So
what she
if
did.
you recall now, did you collect 2 nights on River Park?
On Hyde Avenue.
On Hyde Avenue, sorry. Then on May 25th, did you do something else on this case?
Yes, I was called to go to the auto theft garage and process a vehicle.
Okay, what does process a vehicle mean?
Initially, we take photographs of the vehicle to start with, and then we do a kind of a visual search of the vehicle to see if there's anything that's in plain view that we're going to collect. And then after that, it's forensically done, whether it's what the detective wants collected.
And in this case, did you take photographs of the vehicle?
I did, yes.
Is this going to be the Mazda?
Let me approach the witness.
You may.
I'm showing you what we have marked as 137, 148. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, these would have been the photos that I took of the vehicle.
Introduce 137 and 148.
Any objection?
No
So
objection.
admitted.
Okay, I'm gonna go through, is it up on your screen right
Yes,
now?
it is.
Okay, I'm gonna go through these photos. So what are we looking at here in this one?
This appears to be a Mazda 4-door sedan vehicle.
And is this the car you processed that day?
It is, yes.
Which I believe was May 25th, 2016, correct?
Yes,
Is that the rear of the car?
that is the rear of the vehicle, yes. That would be an interior view from the driver's side door, front driver's side.
Okay, front your seats there.
Yes. Then that would be looking into the vehicle, the rear passenger seat from the driver's side. That's the interior of the trunk. That is the interior of the rear seat area from the passenger side on the back. And I believe I took this one on the rear passenger side door, looking into the rear seat and the trunk area.
So where those seat belts are, would that be the rear seats?
Yes, that's where they would be, yes.
And where that well is that the trunk?
Yes. I believe that's a photo of the registration that was found in the vehicle.
And can you might not be able to see it on the screen, but if you could look at the photograph, who's the name on the registration?
It says the owner's name is a Lashana Rhodes.
And what's this?
So this is a picture. I'm not sure what area it is because it's so dark. But this would be a photograph of the chemiluminescence from the Blue Star forensics that was applied to the vehicle.
How does that work? Tell the jury, please.
So basically, Blue Star forensics is a chemical product that will react with certain components that are contained in blood.
So how do you get it onto the car?
So it comes in a tablet form. We take those tablets, put them in with water in a spray bottle, kind of stir it around, let them dissolve. And once it's dissolved, the area needs to be dark for the chemiluminescence to be visible. But once it's applied, we apply it via spray bottle and just spray it on the areas that we want to, that we're interested in. And then we take pictures on a time lapse to see if there's any reaction.
So where do we see it, if at all, on this video?
Let me pull up, because it's hard to see on the video. I believe, looking at this, it may be the trunk area.
But I just meant, like, because I know this is kind of a dumb question, but just to go through it all procedurally, where on this picture is the Blue Star showing up?
It's all the blue areas that are marked is what the reaction was from the Blue Star.
And it's kind of obvious, but we got to go through the questions. Thank you very much. And then here, what do we have here?
This is, again, looks like the trunk area from the rear. And again, all the blue areas would have been reactions from the Blue Star. This, again, I believe this is from the interior, the rear passenger side. And again, the blue areas that are luminescent would be the reaction from the Blue Star.
And where are you doing this analysis?
This is in our auto theft garage, was a secured facility.
Is it an interior where you're able to turn off all the lights?
It is, yes. Again, just another picture. And again, all the blue areas there would be reactions from the Blue Star.
After you did the Blue Star and took the photographs, what did you do?
I believe we processed the car. And by processing, I believe I was asked to do latent fingerprints on the vehicle. And I don't believe, if I recall from the report, that we got any fingerprints that were viable off of it. And then from there, I believe we did a lot of swabbing. Swabbing would be for the purposes of trying to obtain DNA to place people in the vehicle. I believe we did trace lifts off the seats and possibly some of the trunk or floorboard areas. Without the actual report, I can't say specifically what we did. But I know that we did swabs, fingerprints, and trace lifts.
And if you had your actual report to look at, would it help refresh your memory?
It would, yes. Okay, so yeah, so again, I processed the vehicle for latent fingerprints. We got negative results, which means there wasn't anything viable that could be used to search against. And then I collected swabs of the interior front driver's side door handle, the steering wheel, the gear shift knob, the front driver's seat recline lever, the rear driver's side interior door handle, the rear passenger side interior door handle, the front passenger side interior door handle, and then swabs from the front passenger seat recline lever. And then as far as the trace lifts we did, took those from the front driver's seat headrest, the front driver's seat back, which is what you would lean your back against, the front driver's seat area, the front passenger seat headrest, the front passenger seat back, and then the front passenger seat itself.
What are trace lifts?
So trace lifts is basically, if you just think about like a large piece of clear tape, if you will. And basically what we do is it comes on a sealed protector. We peel that off and back, and then we apply the lift on whatever object it is we want to get that trace lift from. And then we smooth it out to get good adherence on it. And then we lift that up, put it back over the protective covering. And what that does is it will gather and protect any kind of fibers, hairs, anything like that that would be on contact with another object.
And what is the goal on a trace lift?
So on trace lift, you're looking for fibers, hairs, anything that can be used to identify an object or a person.
Would your plan be for it to be sent to a lab?
Yes.
And then for the swabs, what are swabs?
So swabs we use to collect those, what we call touch DNA. So anytime a person touches an object, you're going to leave behind a trace of something, whether it's sweat, epithelial cells, which is basically your skin, potential for blood. So the goal of the swab is to swab an object, send that off to the lab to hopefully obtain DNA that can be matched with someone to identify or place a person that touched an object or in a place.
And for the prints, if there are fingerprints, if there are no fingerprints found in a car, does that mean that no one's ever touched the car?
No, it does not.
What could happen to disturb fingerprints?
So fingerprints are very sensitive. You know, obviously objects are touched. Anytime you touch an object, you're going to leave a fingerprint behind. But with common objects like a vehicle, door handles, gear shift knobs, steering wheels, all those fingerprints are just constantly, they're rubbed off, they're placed over one another. It's very hard to get a viable fingerprint off of a commonly touched object.
I'm gonna get mine.
Sure.
And I have no further questions.
Morning, Detective, or Mr. Allgaier, how are you?
Morning, I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Former Detective Middleton testified in this case, and I know you weren't here, but I believe he told the jury that during the search of Hyde Avenue, he located 2 knives and a hammer, but you didn't collect the hammer, correct?
According to my report, I only collected the 2 knives that I recall.
And there were 2 searches of Hyde Avenue. Were you present for both of those?
No, I was not.
The first one?
Yes.
To your knowledge? Did you take any video during that search?
I don't believe so, but again, without the report, I couldn't say yes or no 100%.
You also said you assisted in the processing of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yes.
On the report, were you with Officer Kim during the processing of that vehicle?
Without referencing the report, I don't recall off the top of my head who all was present there for that.
Well, in the report, it says that the vehicle was a gray Nissan Altima 4-door. Did that?
Yeah.
First words out of hubby's mouth this morning. Brandi will be on in 10 minutes. I'll make coffee. Yes. So this is kind of just a little bit more of what we went over yesterday, but I'm glad that these Luminon pictures showed up since the ones at the house didn't, so we could at least see some of that. You know, they made a big deal about how his fingerprints were only, like, it was only his fingerprints on his steering wheel and whatever. They talked about that during the openings, how there wasn't anything anywhere else. But also all of the carpet and the seat and all of that were removed from the back. So it's kind of hard to get fingerprints and DNA off of something that's no longer there. It's not suspicious at all. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Hello to those of y'all just joining us. Welcome, welcome. You haven't missed much yet.
Mr. Allgard, did you test a gray Nissan Altima to your knowledge with regard to this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
In the pictures, the vehicle did not appear to have a back seat in it. Is that correct?
Correct.
At any time, did it have a back seat when you worked on the vehicle?
No, it did not.
Did anyone ever from Louisville Metro Police Department ever bring you a back seat of that vehicle to test at any point later?
Not to me directly, no.
I think you testified that you did a lot of swabbing.
Yes.
And you testified that you swabbed the car seats, I believe, but you didn't swab the floor where the back seat had supposedly been removed or in the trunk, correct?
Again, without referencing my report, I couldn't tell you.
If I showed you the report, would that help?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
Give him the report. Hand it over.
And what was your question again? I'm sorry.
My question was whether you had swabbed the floorboard where the back seat would have been, or in the trunk.
Okay. We did take some swabs from the rear passenger side floorboard. Yes.
What about underneath where the seat would have been?
According to the report, we did not.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you.
Any regret?
No.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
So-
Next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Brice Rhodes.
Thank you.
Detective.
So she asked if they swabbed the rear passenger or the rear area where the seat would have been. But if the seat was gone, I'm not sure why. Hello, Ruckus. Hello, hello. Good morning.
Good morning. May I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you sort of tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Brice Rhodes.
And how are you employed?
Currently, I'm with Louisville Metro Police Department.
And what is your position with LMPD?
I'm currently a civilian investigator in the cold case homicide unit.
And how were you employed back in 2016?
I was also employed by Louisville Metro Police Department. I was in a detective capacity in the homicide unit.
And in connection with this case, did you perform a processing of a vehicle associated with this case?
I did.
Okay. And the jury's just heard a little bit about processing. So what vehicle was it you were looking into?
This was a 2016 Dodge Charger.
So this was the car that was rented by Chris Jensen that he borrowed.
Yes, the plate matches.
The Charger.
Yes.
I just showed him what's been previously marked Commonwealth's 149.
This is the car that Brice was driving when he got fucked up.
No objection.
You may admit and publish, or it is admitted and you may publish.
So Where did you encounter the vehicle?
This was already at the auto theft garage.
Okay. And that's what happens at the auto theft garage? Why was the vehicle there?
That would be stored there until it can be processed or released.
And who made the determination that you should process this vehicle?
That would be at the direction of lead detective.
And so how did you process this vehicle?
Detective Snyder obtained a consent search for the vehicle that allowed us to actually search the vehicle and document its contents and record anything that we thought may be of evidentiary value.
And did you find anything in the vehicle of evidentiary value?
We took, or I say we, the CSU technician, Megan Brown, was present with me. She documented the vehicle with photographs. We did some print lifts and some trace lifts. And I believe there were a couple articles of clothing recovered from the trunk of the vehicle.
And did any of those examinations return anything interesting?
I do not know.
Okay. What do you do were you there when the lifts were taken?
I was.
Okay. And then from the time that they're taken, where do they go from there?
The crime scene unit technicians handle that evidence.
Okay. And did you take the photograph?
Did I take
of
photographs?
Of the Charger?
The CSU technician did.
Okay. And were you there when trace lifts were taken?
I was.
And where did the trace lifts go from there?
Again, that type of evidence goes with CSU to the lab.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Custodial.
Any questions for this witness?
You just testified to the processing with the 2016 Dodge Charger that you were present for, correct?
Correct.
You were also involved in another piece of this case, correct?
You'll have to refresh my memory.
You were involved in a search of Height Street Avenue.
I recall being present for one of the executions of one of the warrants.
At Height Street.
That's correct.
And you were present there when there was Blue Star applied.
I was.
And you were present when there was a scene video taken of that Blue Star processing attempt.
I can't say that I was still present at that time.
And did you obtain a scene video of that Blue Star processing attempt?
Did I?
Did you yourself?
No.
And you've never seen or viewed such a video?
I have not.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No.
All right, you're free to go, Detective. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was quick.
Ms. Jones-Brown, your next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Brian Peters.
Thank you.
Brian Peters. The not right in the mic, my friend. The Dodge Charger was the one that was the Enterprise rental car, Christensen. And he was driving it when they got him at the Speedway. He said he never brought it back. He got.
Good morning.
Police took it.
Have you raised your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Detective Brian Peters with Louisville Metro Police.
How long have you been with LMPD?
I served just over 20 years, retired a little over a year and a half ago, and then I've been back with LMPD as a rehire, as a detective again, for about a year and a half now, or close to a year and a half.
And where are you currently stationed?
Currently, I'm serving our Public Integrity Unit.
Back in 2016, where were you?
I was assigned in our Metro's Homicide Unit. At that time, I was specifically assigned at the Cold Case Unit.
And how long were you with Homicide in total?
Approximately 13 years total.
What was your involvement in the case of Brice Rhodes?
My involvement, I did not make the initial scene where the victims were located. My involvement was following up on an investigative lead that led us to a location over on Hackle Drive regarding a dumpster fire where ultimately we retrieved items.
So before you
Mr.
went to Hackle, what, like, where were you? Where were you when you got notified that you were going to be involved in this case?
Okay. Kind of the way a lot of homicides work. There's a lot of moving parts. Myself and my partner at the time, again, we were assigned a cold case unit. We were actually asked to assist in this investigation by responding where a search warrant was being executed, I believe at the defendant's home. On our arrival, we were asked to search for a specific vehicle, which we later located in the same parking lot.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was like a light blue Mazda 4-door car.
And after you located the vehicle, what did you do?
We located the vehicle. The back windows were down, I believe. There was a strong smell of bleach, chemical-like substance emanating from the car. The back seat, as we approached closer, it was missing from the vehicle. At that point, myself and my partner, we began searching the complex, the apartment complex, for dumpsters. Obviously, looking for the seat that was in the vehicle. We even searched nearby neighborhoods, areas where there might be dumpsters or anything thinking it had been discarded in that manner.
Did you find anything?
We didn't. At that point, since we had not located it, obviously we believed it to be of significant value. I made a request in through our MetroSafe dispatch for any dumpster fires that may have been within about, I believe, like the last 48 hours or so. I kind of went from the time frame of when we believe so it was 2 days later, I believe, that we were at that apartment complex from when the initial homicides occurred. So we kind of did a wide time range as far as trying to locate any dumpster fires.
How would MetroSafe know about dumpster fires?
Typically, they're called in. If somebody calls in, as they would just like a car accident or whatever, they would call in, and then the fire, whoever would respond.
Do you mean call 911?
Yes.
Okay. So how many 911 calls have been made about dumpster fires?
There were several. I want to say it might have been somewhere around 7 or 8.
And did you follow up on each of them?
We did, yes.
What did you, was Hackle Drive the last one you went to?
It happened to be, yes.
Okay, so on the
last one.
previous dumpsters, what did you find at each of them?
Nothing of significant value. I believe one of them was actually a repeated phone call, a duplicate call. I think even one of them may have had just like very small, minimal damage. I think we spoke to an employee at like one of the Dollar Generals. He said it was kids just trying to attempt to light it on fire. But we never found anything of significance until we got to Hackle Drive.
Had some of them already been emptied?
They had, yes.
So you get to Hackle, and was it your understanding that somebody had called in a dumpster fire?
That's correct, yes.
What did you find when you got there?
When we first got there, there was it was the last one that we checked. We kind of began like about midday checking these. It was already dark by the time we arrived. There was an older gentleman outside in the rear of one of the buildings in the 6500 block. I asked him if he was the one who initially made the 911 call on the dumpster fire. He said no. He did direct me to a building where he believed, I guess the caller lived at. The dumpster itself had significant damage to it. I mean, it was the most significant damaged one we came across in our search.
Okay. And you have been using the pronoun we. Who were you with?
My partner at the time, Detective Matt Metzler, who also worked in homicide with me.
So what did you all do with this dumpster?
We approached it. Obviously, it was a substantial fire, it appeared to be, because a lot of the paint was melted off. There was a significant amount of water in there. That dumpster appeared to be about halfway full, if I recall. We obviously, again, it was dark. There appeared to be what just kind of really almost at the top of the water level, what we believed to be at that time remnants of like a seat cushion in the dumpster. So at that point, we secured that scene like we would any crime scene. We've roped it off with crime scene tape, and obviously made a request for our crime scene unit to come out to assist.
Seat cushion.
What was this still on May 24th?
This would have been, I believe it was May 24th. And again, I want to say it might have been about 2 days after the homicides.
And how were you there? How long were you there?
Several hours.
Did it go into the 25th?
It did, yes.
So Did crime scene technician Kimmer arrive?
That's correct.
Okay. And was she with? Were there two crime scene technicians?
I believe so. Again, when we initially got on that scene, there was a search warrant being executed, and I believe we were waiting for them to conclude, I guess, their collection of any items there before they came to our scene.
And you mean a different search warrant, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So when CSU got there, what happened?
We started. We actually were in Tyvek suits. And obviously it entered the dumpster and tried to, I guess, again, had a substantial amount of water in it. We started pulling the items out individually and trying to ascertain what would be possibly involved in our investigation.
So he says he did see something that was like a seat cushion.
Previously introduced by technician Kimmer.
Seatgate 2016 is not solved after all. This is one of the things that the defense had said, that the police just lost that whole back seat.
Is that the dumpster?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. So, is this what you were faced with when you first got there?
It was, yes.
I would not want that job.
How did you know what to collect?
So obviously our initial, I guess, approach to this, we were looking for the backseat of a vehicle. Once we actually get to this dumpster and kind of start going through items, we start discovering things that we believe are possibly involved. There were several items, I think you kind of skipped through a few as well, that appear to have, and I don't know how it.
I'll just start at the first one and you tell me, let me know if you want to talk about something.
Okay. I know the picture's a little grainy on there compared to what I'm looking at on this screen. This one has, you have some burn marks through here. These little spots here, they appear to be blood. Like right there, here, kind of on the ends. These appear to be like the burn marks. And then again, you have a little bit more possible blood here and up there. Can't tell if that's kind of a little bit better to see here, but this appears to be blood here. These appear to be burn marks through here. Again, you have what appears to be saturated blood as well. And again, over here. Again, this would have been the towel from the previous picture, or what appears to be a towel. Again, you have what appears to be the suspected blood here on the edges over here, kind of throughout the towel. And then these are all just burn marks here.
I'm gonna
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Okay. Right here, this is going to be what appears to, I think this is going to be like a sheet here, but this is really saturated with blood. I know the coloring looks bad here, but this is real dark red through here. These again appear to be some burn marks on here as well.
So do they have pictures of the seat?
I think that's just a close-up of the same picture.
Okay, and that's just going to be when we remove that item after, and we photograph everything as it is before we actually retrieve it. Obviously we want to look at it a little bit closer and to follow up before we collect it. But again, this is going to be that item. I think you can see much better here that kind of the red coloration here, what appears to be blood. And then these are all going to be, I guess, the little remnants of the burn marks here.
Hey y'all, I see some of y'all joining us. Welcome.
So in this one, I think this is going to be here. I think this is like almost like a comforter here. Obviously significant burn where it had obviously sustained fire damage. That's going to be the item once it's removed from the dumpster, and you have significant burn marks here as well. This one, obviously the coloration of it, it's kind of hard to tell. It looks to appear to be blood through here, and again over here.
Is in the upper left corner, is that a shoe? Just for perspective on the
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking right here?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. This appears to be like a sofa cushion. It was recovered and it was photographed, pulled out. It has significant burn damage as well throughout there. This is going to be another towel, like I guess like a washcloth. It appears to be actually like I don't know what, see right here, I don't know if that's kind of part of where it's ripped off, but this is just another towel that we recovered that also has some burn damage to it. So this appears to be another cushion, a pillow right through here that we recovered. It appears to have like saturated blood here. It's like a good amount through this area. This is your burn marks on it over here. And again, this is going to be the cushion laid out once we recover it from the dumpster. You can see the significant burn there. This one looks to be a pillowcase right here. This is real, what we suspect to be blood as well, kind of up here. It does have a little bit of a burn mark through here, but this is going to be your suspected blood through there. And that's just, let's see, this is going to be, okay, we did pull these two items out, not knowing if they were some type of flame accelerant. They were not. Actually, we called for arson to come out. We learned when they came out, it was actually just 2 jugs of urine.
Ew.
And are we getting into like the bottom part of the dumpster at this
We
point?
are, that's correct.
So just a close up of the same scene.
Mm-hmm.
Why though? Good morning.
Okay, I believe this item here, we pulled out as well, along with this one. This one appears to be more bedding. Again, you have what appears to be suspected blood all over this one, heavily here and up here. There are several burn marks on here, especially right in this area. See this one here, this item here, do we have another picture? I think that might be part of that. But it has some, let's see.
I think that's it.
Okay. This one might have been the bottom part of I guess another part of that bedding that was right there, but it has significant burn damage as well. And so did this remnants of what appeared to be a carpet on this one as well. Okay, this is my partner, Detective Metzler. As we recover bedding out of there, out of the dumpster, this one has a lot of significant stains, all appear to be blood, as well as identifying markers on here that show that it was there when the fire was initiated. And that's going to be the item that Detective Metzler retrieved. This here appears to be significant spot of blood here, as well as identifying marks right through here and up here. I'm sorry.
It's just a close up of the same one.
It appears to be, yes. And that's, I believe, still going to be the same item.
I still haven't seen a picture of the
And
seat.
these are going to be, I'm sorry, obviously we'll take photos of things in the dumpster, we recover it, place it out, we'll photograph things. A picture like this is going to be actually in our crime scene lab, where once we have an opportunity to kind of even detail it a little bit more. So this is going to be one of the items that we recovered.
When you realized that you had found the dumpster that probably had evidentiary significance, how did you notify anybody about this?
Okay. Again, we were looking for backseat of a vehicle initially. Obviously, when we get over to the dumpster, as we kind of approach, I observed what I thought were remnants, like stuffing from the inside of a seat cushion. It would appear to be maybe even like little springs. I notified our homicide commander, Lieutenant Kessinger, at that time.
And what did you tell him?
I told him, obviously, he was aware the back seat was missing. from the vehicle. I told them that I believe that we may have remnants of one, that there had been a significant dumpster fire, and that we were going to try to attempt to retrieve any items that from that dumpster pertaining to the case.
How long did you have to wait for CSU?
Offhand, I don't know. It may have been an hour, it may have been two. We roped it off. Obviously, we secured it from that point. Nobody had any access to the dumpster at that point.
And when CSU came, how long did that whole process of taking each item, photographing, taking each item out, photographing again, how long did that take?
So it's very time consuming, especially in the pictures you were looking at with a dumpster like that. You don't want to just go through it too quick. You want to kind of process each item as best as you can. Obviously, the fire damage played a role in that as well. So it took several hours.
Do you recall when you cleared the scene?
It was the following day. It was sometime that morning. I mean, when we got there, it was dark. I would say late in the evening, maybe around 10:30. We may have been there 12 hours, maybe somewhere around there.
And did you later return to do follow-up interviews of residents?
We did. Mm-hmm. The ones that the gentleman had told us he believed to be the ones that called 911. We did.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Detective Peters, you were referencing in you said you searched several dumpsters, correct?
That's correct.
And the one you were referencing was the one located on Hackle Drive, correct?
That's correct.
And that fire, according to your report, was reported on May the 22nd. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you didn't search that dumpster until 2 days later.
That's correct. We weren't looking for, I believe it was 2 days later when we actually found the vehicle that was missing the back seat. And at that point, that's when we tried to make efforts into locating it.
One of your colleagues testified that they had taken a picture of the Mazda as found. And the picture did not have the windows wrote down. And your testimony here today was that the 2 back windows were wrote down.
I believe so.
Did you take that picture?
I don't recall I don't believe I took that picture. And I don't recall who took the photo. Again, I do recall when we approached the vehicle, it had a strong odor of bleach emanating from the car.
The other one said front driver's side was rolled
Back
down.
to the scene at Hackle Drive of the suspected dumpster fire. You arrived on the scene, you said, before the crime scene unit did.
That's correct.
And so those pictures that you were showing the jury were taken after you had arrived on the scene.
Referring to the dumpster? Or
Yes, the pictures that were shown to the jury today.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Very direct.
He's so still and quiet. Looked like he froze. Yeah, we've had the dumpster fire emoji because of some of our dumpster fire trials. So it's as much as they just keep saying dumpster fire. I see all the emojis. That's what that is, dumpster fire. So if they saw what he thought could be a car seat with springs, and it ended up not being a car seat with springs, that could explain why it was reported to somebody that there was a car seat that was found in the dumpster. Seatgate 2016 is still alive, y'all. We still don't have answers. Zap him. Zap him. Zap him. Zap him. Now. Do it now. He'll fall out of his seat. Happy anniversary. I'm sorry, Miss Johnson. Happy anniversary. 7 whole months. Love my 13-year family. We love you too. We love you too. Happy anniversary. We're glad you're here. We are glad you're here. M. Young. I did the same thing. Sorry, Miss Johnson. Ooh, I am for real. Look at me. I'm still looking for somebody to finance my rap career. That was just a little taste. A little taste.
Judge. I'm going to show you some pictures on my computer. Particularly this one.
Tosh gifted a membership.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I have seen them before. Yes.
And are those a fair and accurate representation of how the Mazda looked on May 22nd? Saw it in the parking lot?
It is. Yes.
Your Honor, the call on this introduce these 2 photos and published to the jury. They will be exhibits
150 and 151.
Admitted subject to prior conversation.
Marie Moss, our official statistician, back in green. Thank you, Tosh.
You all want to approach? So you look like you're questioning, and I don't want to, if
Yes,
you want to
let's
put something on the record, let's do it. Yeah, no problem.
Good morning. Good morning. I see some of y'all still coming on in. Oh, he does kind of look like Rashy, doesn't he? He looks like a bigger version of Rashy. He'd be like large Rashy instead of like extra medium Rashy. Oh, yes. Good morning, Beth. Good morning. Hello. Welcome. Y'all still coming on in. Come on in. Rashy's dad.
Are you the one, or were you part of the team that first located the monster?
That's correct. Yes.
And did anybody enter the Mazda and roll windows up or down?
I don't recall. No.
Is that something the police department would ever do?
No. Typically, again, you want to obviously contain any evidence as we locate it, and we don't want to obviously tamper with it anyway. Obviously, the most minimal contamination as possible.
And once you all located the Mazda, was it secured?
It would have been yes.
So no civilians could have come and gone from the Mazda?
No, absolutely not.
So. All right, and what are we looking at here?
Okay. This vehicle here is going to be the light blue Mazda. It may look a little silver in this picture, but it's like a light blue.
Is this where you all located?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you recall it was parked in a normal parking spot?
That is correct.
And from this distance, would you have smelled bleach?
Yes.
It does look
Does
like
the window appear to be up or down?
The back window appears to be up. Front driver window appears to be down.
that's what the detective said yesterday. Front driver's side is down when they approached
What
it.
are we looking at?
This is going to be a photo, I guess, on the driver's side door into the vehicle. Again, the window appears to be down.
And at this point, was the back seat missing?
It was, yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any requests?
Detective Peters, just to clarify, you did tell the jury that the 2 back windows were down.
I said I believe the back windows had been down. Yes.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And come up with your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
You know what? Actually, I think this is a good time for a little 5-minute break because somebody needs to step out. We will just come back in 5 minutes. It's 10 after 11.
All right, jury.
I guess they got their air fixed. Here, let me. Let me see if I can find.
I have this chance. There's still jurors in here.
I'm looking for that video. I can't remember where I saw it. Oh, here's one of the here y'all had asked about some of his misbehaving. I'll put that on while.
Mr. Rhodes, you can just bring him up right here.
Y'all have me come out like this for?
I think you know why.
What?
You know exactly why. Now, listen, stop talking. You have been. Are you done?
No, I ain't done.
You've been charged with assault in the 4th degree. I'm going to keep talking because I don't want to have to see you back here for this.
What you think? Can't find out where you live at?
Oh.
What you think at? I don't give a fuck about none of that. I ain't do.
You think I can find out where you live?
Where I live
I
at?
don't give a fuck about none of that. You got family, I'll be out.
Okay.
Yeah,
You've been charged with
okay.
assault in the 4th degree,
I don't
minor
care about none of
injury,
that.
terroristic threatening in the 3rd degree, and physical contact. New charges. I'm entering a plea of not guilty on your behalf. Would you like me to read the arrest warrant to you?
No, I'm not guilty.
I am setting a bond of $15,000 full cash on that on those charges, and the other case, once this actually gets served on you, is going to be dismissed without prejudice as duplicate. Do you have any questions? Would you like appointment of a public defender?
Not guilty.
I just said that.
Not guilty.
I just said that.
I'll be out.
Okay,
All
I
right.
just said that.
All right.
And
Take
would
me
you
back to
like an
my
attorney?
cell. Take me back to my cell.
I'm not taking you anywhere. They can take you back, but would you like an attorney?
All right.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office.
All right, Mary, thank you.
Ms. Shoring, that was a threat against the court. I think that I'm asking the county attorney's office to take that into account and consider what to do with that.
He's a peach. Such a little peach. Just sweet as he can be. That's one of many of the examples of him being super zappable. Robert McNamara, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know who that judge reminds me of? She reminds me of that one judge who's always on what's the court show where they go wild in court and they act up? She's on there. She's the one who also saw Donna. What's her name? I can't remember the judge's name, but she reminds me of that judge. Okay, let me see if I can find this video. Let's see. They may have taken it down. If my son ever, could you imagine seeing I did not see anything on Inside Edition where the mom goes after him. I've seen clips of that. I haven't seen Inside Edition. I don't know if they showed anything extra other than the part that I saw. Cajun posted a lot of the clips on the 13th Juror Twitter page too. There's a lot of them on there. I was trying to find, I'd seen the whole video somewhere and now I can't find it. hurting today. I think because I sat here for 11 hours yesterday. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe they took it down. I'll have to try to find it. I thought I could just pull it up easy because I'd seen it before, but it ain't coming up. Yes, Glazer. That's the name. That's the name. Well, I might have to give up my search. I cannot find it. I'll look when we're on break for a little bit. It was on one of the news stations had a link to the whole video. Oh. And I thought it was WLKY, but now I can't find it on their thing. Let's see. Look, he's doing that thing again. I feel like he's always making gestures, though. Yes, he does have a large Band-Aid on the back of his head. I don't know. I can't find it. I want to stop looking because I'm ignoring chat trying to look for it. If y'all find it, send me the link and I'll play it. But I need to get something for my back real quick. I'll be right back.
All first 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anybody need to report anything? All right, who's the Commonwealth's next witness?
Commonwealth's going to call Dr. Lippincott.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Dr. Lippincott.
Lippincott?
Lippincott.
Thank you. Good morning, doctor. May I have you raise your right hand, please? Sorry, could giving you a minute. Do you sort of tell the truth and the whole truth? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Morning, doctor. How are you?
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Dr. Lauren Lippincott.
And can you tell us
There we go.
what sort of medicine do you practice?
I am a forensic pathologist.
And so what does a forensic pathologist do?
Forensic pathology is the field of medicine that examines unexpected, unexplained, and unnatural death.
And is there some training that goes along with becoming a doctor there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what's your education background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic biology and health sciences from Guilford College. I received my medical degree at Nova Southeastern University. I then did a internship year at St. Petersburg General Hospital in Florida. I then did my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Danbury Hospital in Connecticut. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Louisville.
So how many years of education was that if you had them all up?
Sorry, let me do the math. Approximately 15.
And how many autopsies have you performed at this point?
I have performed over 1,800 autopsies.
And what is the standard procedure for performing an autopsy? Do you pick who comes to you? How do they get there?
The autopsies that we performed are on decedents that are sent to us by the county coroner.
And this is the job that you were performing back in 2016?
Yes.
And this is, you had I'm going to say opportunity, that's not quite the right word. You conducted the examination for a case number ME 160633.
Yes.
And who was that individual?
That individual was identified as Christopher Jones.
And when you performed the autopsy, at that time, where does the autopsy occur?
The autopsy is performed at the medical examiner's office.
And who else are there other people in the room, just you?
There's technicians, there may be other doctors in the office, law enforcement.
Do you follow the same set of procedures for everybody that you receive, or do you tailor it based on what your initial observations are?
We have our general protocol, but some items are tailored for the nature of the case.
May I approach, Your Honor? Showing the witness, columns 152 through 159.
Yeah, this part's going to be rough.
Those pictures fairly and accurately represent Mr. Jones as you observed him to be at that time.
Yes.
Move to admit and publish, Your Honor.
No objection.
You may publish.
This is still the state's case.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Lend you control of the clicker on the corner there. Can you, I guess, first of all, I'll just kind of jump to your final conclusion to orient the jury. What did you find the cause of death in this instance to be?
The cause of death in this instance was a gunshot wound.
And Can you point out where the gunshot wound is on the victim?
In this individual, the gunshot wound initially went through his arm and then entered into his torso.
And how did death result from that?
There was injury to the liver that resulted in bleeding.
How long would you expect somebody to survive with that sort of injury?
It's hard to say.
And so, obviously, the liver is an important organ. What happens when a liver gets punctured?
When there is injury to the liver, bleeding will occur into the abdomen.
And so you would expect most of that bleeding to be internal or external?
Depending on the nature of the wound.
Okay. Is there anything else significant about this particular photo?
In this photo, you do see a lot of evidence of the medical intervention that was performed prior.
And if you want to just go through the next photo.
Okay.
What is most significant about this photo here?
In this photo, the significant item is right here. That was after we had made an incision under this contusion or bruise on his torso, and that is actually a projectile.
Now, are we looking at a bullet that almost exited? Or
No.
are we looking at an entrance?
That bullet was underneath the skin. We cut into the skin for visualization and retrieval.
And there was only one bullet wound?
There was one projectile recovered.
Yes. All right.
This is for
And we can go on to
first
the
murder.
next one.
Christopher Jones.
And what is this shot here?
This looks like it's the other side of his torso, so the lateral side where the projectile entered into the body.
And how can you tell? Can you tell from just looking at the wound whether it's an entrance or an exit?
This one is a little irregular. So
And irregular would mean what? I'm sorry.
because this is a re-entry wound because the bullet already had gone through a different area.
So I guess let's talk a little bit more about the processing also. I kind of jumped into things. There's a sticker there. Why is that sticker on it?
That sticker right here, it has our case number. Every individual that we examine in our facility is given their own case number. That number follows all of their case and anything involved with it. And then also on this, we also have measurements in inches and metric, so that also gives us a sense of scale.
Thank you. Go on to the next one. And there's, can you talk about his hands?
Yeah, you'll see that the hands were received at our office, covered in a paper bag.
And why is it like that?
That can be done to preserve any possible trace evidence.
When you say trace evidence, can you give some examples of what you sometimes find on people's hands?
I mean, sometimes it's also, we might clip fingernail clippings if requested for collection, and it may see if there's anything that could be important to law enforcement.
When you were processing Mr. Jones, did you encounter any injuries that would have been consistent with him having been run over by a vehicle?
I did not see any specific.
And there appears to be some darkness up on his head over his eye there. Did you observe that during your inspection?
Yes.
And do you know what the cause of that is?
No.
Is there any part of the infusion or treatment process that could cause results like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know do you know when that bruising would have occurred?
I'm not sure.
Can people bruise post-mortem?
No.
So do you keep careful records of your examination?
Yes,
And do you file a report?
we do.
And what's the rest of the procedure that you follow with an autopsy?
During the autopsy, say we examine the external surface of the individual. We look for injuries, natural disease. We will then generally also perform similar inspections inside the decedent's body. We will make incisions and look at the organs as they are in the body, and we will also remove them to look at them individually.
So why do you take, in a case like this where you can see a gunshot wound, why would you take out organs and weigh them still?
Just for documentation, to also see if there's other injuries, other natural disease.
So again,
You
these
only
are
get one shot at this and you don't know what might be relevant later.
Correct.
this is all Christopher
All right.
Jones.
Did you do anything else with respect to Mr. Jones?
Blood samples were collected from the hospital and were sent for toxicologic testing.
And what would that test for?
It generally tests for a panel that includes common drugs of abuse and alcohols.
Okay. And when did you perform the examination of Mr. Jones?
This exam was performed on May 4th, 2016.
And did you also happen to perform an examination in case ME 160724?
Yes.
And who was the individual involved in that examination?
That individual was identified as Larry Ordway.
At the time that you did your examination, did you have any knowledge that these two individuals were in any way connected?
No.
Larry's the
May I
14-year-old,
approach, Your Honor?
the 14-year-old brother.
Showing the witness Commonwealth's Exhibit 160 through 176.
I'm not really surprised it wasn't separate trials, only because all three of the murders were kind of related. So it would have been the same witnesses, the same, it would have been the same, all the same people involved.
Do those pictures fairly and accurately represent Mr. Ordway as you observed him at the time?
Generally, yes.
Move to admit and publish to the jury, Your Honor.
No objection.
So I bet you may.
we'll go through the pictures one by one, but first, again, I'll jump to what was your final conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. Woodway?
The cause of death were due to multiple stab wounds of the torso.
Why would you take a picture? What's the significance of taking pictures of someone's hands? What's significant about that?
We take pictures of the hands to document any injuries or any other findings as they're received.
Did you see any wounds on his hands?
No.
Do you have?
Sorry, I clicker.
Oh yeah, sure. And that's his other hand.
Yeah, or another aspect of it.
And still no wounds.
No.
No defensive wounds.
No.
No defensive wounds because his hands were tied behind his back.
Did you observe burning on the body?
Yes.
And were you able to tell was he deceased when the fire occurred? Is there any way for you to know that just from looking at him?
It's hard to tell with burning, but we did perform a carboxyhemoglobin testing for carbon monoxide, and that was negative.
Which would imply what generally?
Often if someone is, for the most part, deceased at the time of a fire, they will not be taking breaths to inhale it in.
And what are we looking at here?
We are looking at a stab wound.
Is there any way for you to tell what sort of instrument caused the wound?
No.
Would you be able to tell if the instrument was serrated or smooth?
We do document whether the wound edge is smooth or if we see evidence of serration.
And what was your conclusion on this one?
This was a smooth.
Yeah. Can you orient us as to what we're looking at here?
So I believe you're looking at on the torso, there is an injury here, and then you can see some of this darkening and discoloration is fire injury.
Same.
Same.
Plus, there's also, is that additional wounds from the
Yeah,
photo?
there's multiple wounds in this photo.
Overall, do you count the number of wounds?
Yes.
How many wounds were there?
Overall, we documented 21 sharp force wounds.
And did all of the wounds hemorrhage?
Yes.
And what is that? What can you deduce from that knowledge?
When there is bleeding around from the wounds, it means that the heart was beating, person was alive.
So he would have felt all of these wounds. He would have been alive for all of these wounds.
Would have been, presumably, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm alive or able to feel, which one? Because that was kind of put together.
It's if someone's alive.
Okay, but you would not or would know whether they were able to feel it?
It would depend on the level of consciousness in an individual.
So in this case, do you know?
I can't say.
Okay. Thank you.
You go on to the next one. Anything significant?
No,
lower
still some
extremities?
of the other fire burn injuries.
What do you observe here?
Here is the side of his head. There's some burnt clothing and burnt skin underneath. Some looks like some singeing of the hair, and there was a contusion on the ear.
And what would people on the street call a contusion?
A contusion is a bruise.
And so, do you have any way of knowing how long do bruises last?
They can last for, it depends, period of time.
Do you have any way of knowing how long that bruise existed?
No.
You can go on to the next one. And this is another shot of the bruising.
Yes.
You can. What are we looking at here? Can you
So
orient
here,
us?
yes, we're looking on the torso. There were some injuries here, and this is intestine protruding through the wound.
And if there's a incision to the midsection, is that something that naturally happens, or?
Yes, it can.
All right. What is significant in this photo?
And here there is some bruising on the forehead.
And this photo here?
And then here is, we're looking at his body from the top down. Head is here, going to the chest and abdomen. And here we can see multiple stab wounds.
Are all of the stab wounds on the front of the body?
The vast majority are.
Go on to the next one. Can you tell anything about the depth of these wounds from looking at them during your examination?
On the external exam, we can give approximations of wound depth on internal exam.
And were these of consistent depth with each other?
They varied.
And do you know what the range was?
The depths of the wounds were ranged from 1/4 inch deep to 6 inches deep.
Go on to the next one. Do you know which body was the one that you would have examined in this photo?
I believe it is the one on the right because of the clothing.
And I don't know if there's another photo after this.
Yes.
I hope the family's not. I hate when the family has to hear
Would
this stuff.
a blade like this be consistent with the wounds that you saw?
I can't say.
Some knives you could rule out by looking at them. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And is this one that you could rule out by looking at it?
I don't think it can be ruled out.
And if there's another one?
I think that's it.
That's it. And then you followed the same, after you did the documentation, you followed the same process as you laid out for Mr. Jones and documented your reports.
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
For the defense?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm not going to walk back through all the things you just testified about. I'm going to pick and choose a little bit.
Okay.
And if any of my questions are confusing, just tell me.
Okay.
I think it's probably clear, but I wanted to ask just a couple things about your office. Your office is it's not just you, right? It's a bigger office.
Yes.
How many medical examiners are there?
I believe at the current moment in time, we have 8.
Okay. And in any particular autopsy, do you only have one, or do you guys work in pairs? Or
We may have work in pairs if there's a fellow who's the doctor in training.
okay. Do you recall on these two if you were by yourself or if there was someone else assisting you?
I had someone else assisting and supervising.
Someone was assisting you, you were supervising? Or
No.
did I get that back?
No, I was the one being supervised
Okay.
by another doctor.
Can you tell us the name of the other doctor?
Yes, for which case?
It's a totally good point. Why don't we start with Mr. Jones?
For Mr. Jones, it is Dr. Springer.
Okay. And then, wait a second.
And then for Larry Ordway, Dr. Falls.
Thank you. Also regarding your office, you said you've done 1,800 ballpark
Yes.
autopsies. Your office does cases from other counties too, right? You're from all over the state?
A segment of the state.
Okay.
Yes.
Do all cases that need an autopsy from Jefferson County, did they all go to your office though?
Yes.
I want to turn now specifically to Mr. Jones.
Okay.
You had indicated, you testified about this a little bit. I want to turn back to it specifically on page 5 of your report. You have your report, right?
Yes.
I have a spare copy.
No.
You testified a little bit about this before, about the injuries to the head. You see the spot, it's number 2 there on the report? Okay. You indicate on your report, let me take a step back. I think you told the prosecution that you couldn't determine the exact cause, right?
Yes, correct.
You use the term, which is a medical term of art, though it's one that I've heard out in the world, blunt force injuries.
Yes.
Right, okay. Tell the jury what does that term mean, a blunt force injury?
A blunt force injury is an injury to the skin or body as a result of an impact.
And when you say an impact, what makes that distinct from a different type of injury?
It can differ from, say, a sharp force wound, which is due to a cutting of the skin.
So in this case, something struck the head, or the head struck something?
Yes.
All right. And when we're talking about it, it would have been fairly recent, right? Bruising doesn't last for years and years.
Yes, correct.
And you specifically observed bruising in this case.
Yes.
In fact, we saw bruising and you commented on it in your testimony earlier. It's impossible to tell the exact amount of time from a bruise, right? There isn't a magical timestamp on a bruise.
No.
But you can make some conclusions, draw some conclusions, right, based on the coloration and things like that.
And some generalities.
Okay. For example, you told us that this would not have been after death or post-mortem.
Correct.
All right. So are you able to say to the jury exactly when that bruising or when that blunt force impact would have occurred?
No, I can't say exactly.
But based on what based on your examination, doctor, you are able to tell that it was fairly recent.
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the bruising, you used the word, I think we already talked about contusion, right? You say it's over the left orbit.
Yes.
Can you tell us just which part of the head or face we're talking about?
Yeah, the orbit is just generally the area around the left eye.
So when you're saying over the left orbit, I'm using myself, not you. Is that fair? I'm not, tell me if I'm wrong.
That's a
Am I
little
wrong?
more up than orbit.
Okay.
Orbit's
So
more,
closer here.
little further down.
Okay. You also observed an abrasion is that like a scrape?
Yes.
Okay. And then I don't know this word bilateral, over the bilateral forehead. I don't know what that means.
Both sides of the forehead.
Okay. And also you said on the nose and the left cheek.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. There's another one that I don't actually know, so you can help me out. A cortical contusion?
That's a bruising on the brain.
Okay. How are you able to determine that had occurred?
We could see it on examination of the brain.
Okay. When we say a cortical contusion on the brain, can you explain that in normal words?
We see areas of hemorrhage or bruising, focal hemorrhage or bruising on the brain surface.
So we're talking about the actual surface of the brain itself.
On the brain itself.
Okay. And that takes a certain amount of force, right?
I believe so. But I can't say specifically how much.
I'm sorry. But that coincided with what you observed with exterior damage to the head as well.
Yes.
It's fair to say it's likely that whatever caused the exterior probably caused the interior damage as well.
Yes, it's likely they're connected.
Here today, you're not able to tell the jury exactly what caused that injury to the head.
Correct.
But you do know, and you've testified about the fact that there was a blunt force trauma to Mr. Jones's head.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
With respect to Mr. Jones, observing the blunt force trauma, is there any question in your mind as to what the cause of death was?
No.
And what was the cause of death?
The cause of death was due to the gunshot wound.
And would the trauma to the head be consistent with an unprotected fall on pavement?
It can't be excluded.
With respect to Mr. Ordway, we went through some photographs with the jury, but we didn't show all the wounds. Can you just refer to your report and explain where you observed each one of the wounds?
Wounds were seen over the chest, the abdomen, the pelvis, the inguinal region, the back, the left inguinal region as well, the genitalia, and the right leg.
And what is the inguinal region?
The inguinal region, I guess in lay terms, is the groin.
And so he was stabbed in the groin?
Yes.
How many times?
There was one stab wound to the right groin and one to the left.
And when you say stab wounds to the external genitalia. What does that mean?
That is generally, in this case, talking about the penis and scrotum region.
And when you add all those stabbings up, what number did you come to?
For total in his
Yes.
body, there were 21 stab wounds total.
And were you able to determine the decedent's age at this time?
Not at the time of autopsy.
Do you know necessarily who you're working on at the time of autopsy?
He was unidentified at the time of autopsy,
And subsequently,
and then subsequently identified by the coroner's office.
thank you.
Any requests?
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you for being here. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Counsel, can you approach for a moment? We're going to go ahead and break for lunch before calling any more witnesses. I'm just going to ask you to be back in front of the courtroom doors no later than 1:00 p.m. In the meantime, please recall my earlier order. You're not to do any research on this case or post any information about this case. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess until about 5 till 1.
Love you too. Bye. All right. Sorry, guys. Okay. All right. Sorry. Hi. That was hard to hear. That stuff is always hard to hear. Sorry, my kid has stuff going on. The to hear the brutality behind, what he did, that's really hard to hear. My heart breaks for the family having to, hear stuff like that. And at the time that they did the autopsy, he was unidentified. So they didn't know. I mean, you can tell he's obviously young, but 14 years old, stabbed 21 times. It's awful, awful, awful. All right. I'm glad that they're going to break because we need a little bit of a break to catch our breaths and be a little bit, get out of the sadness and brutality for a minute. That stuff gets really heavy and hard to hear. I so much appreciate the gift train. I see everybody gifting the memberships and super chats. That's amazing. I love those. I love the gifted memberships too, because it kind of makes everybody feel included. And I love those so much. So I didn't, I put them on the screen, but I didn't want to, out of respect for the victims, I didn't want to, hoot and holler and all that while all that was going on. So I wanted to go back and just say thank you. Our very own Madonado 420 gifted. Wait, where'd this go? I just lost this. Gifted 5 memberships. And then another one. Thank you so much. And I didn't see who they went to. I saw kind of as it was going. But thank you so much. Also, let's see. Candace Hoff, another one of our amazing mods, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Candace Hoff. Bite Me gifted a membership. Thank you. Katrina Hetherington gifted a membership. CM Southern gifted a membership. Dino 420 gifted another one. Candace Hoff gifted another one. Katrina Hetherington gifted another one. Holly Mack gifted 5 memberships. Candace Hoff sent a super chat. Thank you. Olivia gifted a membership. CM Southern sent super sticker. Thank you so much. Jackie D sent a super sticker. Love all of you. Happy holidays. Oh my gosh. Holidays. It's literally like right around the corner, huh? And Dino 420 sent a super sticker as well. Thank you so much. Don't forget, mods need coffee too. Yeah, our mods are amazing and wonderful, and I couldn't do all this without them. And we have the mod link. We have them put it in there sometimes, but we have it's like the mod tip jar. So there's a link for that. They are incredible volunteers who just do this out of the goodness of their own sweethearts. And so if you love how they love you, then you can love them back. They have the link. Did y'all put it in there? Mods, will you drop the link? They don't it's Mod Love. Yes, there you go. Thank you, Angie. That link right there is the link if you want to, this one, if you want to show them some love like they show us love every day. That's our little mod tip jar. Stuff like that always has like the that like take the breath out of you kind of stuff, like the stuff that's really sad, really brutal. It's that's the stuff that's really hard to hear. So seeing the love and generosity in chat between everybody kind of helps to make it an easier transition to kind of get out of the heaviness and get back into the love. They are at lunch until 1 o'clock Eastern. So we have a little bit of time. Those are the hard ones for me. All right, let's see. Oh, I guess we're getting some of y'all had sent some of the stuff to the mod tip jar and they're wanting me to say thank you. So thank you. Thank you. Y'all are awesome. Hellcat, get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Let's see. Cyber Rider, Shaky Ground, Taylor, it's moving. Lori T and Be Kind Tiger will all gifted memberships by Hellcat. Thank you so much, Hellcat. I appreciate it. So welcome to all of our new members. You look good in green. And thank you so much to all of y'all who keep this truck a-truckin'. All right. Man, the stuff with the kids gets me, y'all. It gets me so bad. It always takes me a minute to like recover from that. I see too, it's funny. I saw in chat too, like there's kind of conversation about the medical examiner. A lot of times we see the medical examiners and like a lot of the forensics people and some of the more technical jobs and medical jobs and stuff that they have that come in. A lot of times we'll see them have a little bit more, I don't want to say social anxiety, but kind of like that you can see like a little bit more nerves, like they're not maybe as comfortable with, just talking stuff, because their stuff is a lot more technical. And I was saying too, I sitting here talking to y'all, and I'm talking to a computer. I'm talking to y'all, but I'm talking to a computer, and so I'm much more comfortable here. But when I get in social settings, sometimes I'm like that. I used to not be. When I got sick, after that is when that kind of started. I think because I was by myself for so long. Now being in social settings, sometimes I get anxiety. I'll loosen up a little bit, like especially if I have somebody with me. But if I'm like on an island alone and having to deal with people, I get a lot of anxiety with people in general. And actually another, I won't call him out in case he doesn't want anybody to know this, but another YouTuber who I'm close to, he's got a huge channel. You would never know it. He's the same way. Isn't that funny? You never know. You never know. I get like that really bad. But I wasn't like that before I got sick. I think because I went through cancer at the same time it was COVID, so then I couldn't have visitors or anything. And being in the hospital for so long, I was by myself all the time. And then I just got used to being by myself all the time. And then now I get anxiety being around people a lot of times. Isn't that funny? You never really know. It's a lot of times it's the people that you wouldn't expect. Let's see. All right. What have I missed? What have I missed? Hi, Wendy Joe. Been watching a while now. Great channel. Love that you keep us up to date with the trials. Look forward to chatting more often. Wendy Joe, welcome. We are glad you are here. We are glad you're here. Haha. Thank you, Tosh. My hair is still wet. Lucy is a trip. She's so funny. I need to arrange the camera because you can see every once in a while you can see my foot right here, and that's going to draw the wrong crowd. Feet finders. Wait, what's it called? Feet finders, feet fondlers. What was it called? Feet fondlers. What's that website? Anyway, I try to make sure my feet don't get in there. Wrong crowd. But she looks cute. I need to just fix up her little thing. Ever since I rearranged everything in here. Wait, there we go. Feet fondlers. What is it? Finders. Feet finders. Got it. She had, when we went on a walk this morning, it's chilly. It's cold in Florida today, y'all. So I put her in her little sweater. So her little pigtails have her matching bows that had to match her sweater. So she looks so cute. So cute. All right, let's see. See how much everybody relates. Hands up for the introverts. Yes. Which is funny. Because I was not, like in high school, when I was a senior, I was voted most outgoing. I always have been. It was just, this didn't start until after I got sick. And then even after the whole hospital thing, then when I finally was able to get home, then that's when, like right when I got home is when I found out about about my husband being on Tinder. So then, then that ended. So then being at home, I was by myself too. So it's like I had was that like a year and a half where I'm like by myself, and my anxiety started after that because you get so comfortable being alone, it's really hard to like open that back up. You never really know. Oh my gosh. Yes. The gingerbread house. I did that. Hold on. I'm still mad about this actually. For those of y'all who didn't see, I entered on Saturday. I entered a gingerbread decorating contest with some of my girlfriends, and I think we should have won. Kind of mad we didn't, but it turns out that The only people who were judging were the ones who, hold on, I'm going to show y'all. The only people that were judging were the people who were at that place that we were, that were not participating in the contest. And it turns out they were all like elderly. So I lost. So I made, instead of a trap house, it's a trap home, because we made it a home. And so instead of like a regular gingerbread house, it was a gingerbread trap house. And this was it. So I see, okay, and hold on, you can see like I have the boarded up windows. Boarded up windows. I have like the outline, the chalk outline right here. I have this fell out here. He's got like the X's for eyes. You can't really see it on here with this Colt 45. Crime scene. It said crime scene tape right there. I have a stripper. Why not? For a trap house. And then the look at the police car. Like I had the police car. I feel like we should have won. But it's my trap home. But there was nobody under the age of 140 who was judging, so nobody got it. And so I don't know, somebody stupid that made like a pickup truck one or something, like whatever. Next year I'll know. Next year I'm gonna make a dang retirement home with a bunch of rocking chairs, but whatever. I think we should have won. I'm still bitter. That's okay. Whatever. And people took it serious. People came in with like, I guess in the instructions, you're allowed to bring like one thing, which we didn't. We just used whatever they had. But there were people who brought in like bags full of stuff. They went all out. Actually, there was a tiki hut. Hold on. Oh gosh. How could I forget to show y'all the tiki hut? Lord knows. Freaky tiki. Let me find it. Hold on. I think I took a picture of it. Put it somewhere. Oh, maybe I didn't. Hold on. Maybe I didn't. Let me see if I have it on my phone. You got to see the tiki hut or tiki, whatever. Oh yeah, I took it on my phone. Here, let me send it to my computer real quick. I saw this one and it was good. I'm not going to lie. If my trap home didn't work, didn't win, I think it should have been the tiki, but even the tiki didn't win. All right, this is the tiki. Okay, so look. So this one was kind of cool. It has, let me zoom in. So they have, see how they had like the gingerbread guy playing cornhole, and they use brown sugar as their sand. They had a little bonfire right here with the pretzel sticks, which that was really cute. They used like the gummy worms and stuff and pretzels for their palm trees. Look, even their tiki hut has like the little peppermint stools and like I think these are like the little candy cane things. And then the actual tiki hut itself. Look how cute. And it's got like the little pool over here. So they did a really good job. The cornhole was really creative with the gingerbread thing. That was really creative. I mean, it's no trap home. It's no trap home. But I'll give them props. I'll give them props. Still mad, but I won't be bitter. Bitter Betty's not a cute look, so I won't be a bitter Betty. I'm just going to know that next year Do something different. Oh well. Oh well. I'm catching up on chat. Sorry. I was showing y'all my trap home. Right? How did I not win that? I mean, honestly, what is a trap home without a stripper, right? My nanny saw my pictures on Facebook. She's like, cute. She had no idea what it meant. No idea. So cute. She probably couldn't even see it. Just cute. She'll just support me no matter what. Build a courthouse next time. I could do that. They reported you. Maybe. Yeah, one guy was like, trap home. I thought it was a trap house. And I was like, well, yeah, it's a house until you make it a home. Hello. Whatever. I didn't even get a picture of the winner. It was stupid. It wasn't even I mean, sorry if you're listening, pickup truck guy, but it wasn't even exciting. But people took it serious. Like they started having like meetings and, Pinterest boards in March and stuff. Like it was crazy. Like all you want is a $50 bar tab. And I mean, we spent that while we were sitting there making it. So I don't know. I mean, whatever. It would have won at CrimeCon. CrimeCon needs a gingerbread decorating thing. Yeah. Yeah. That would have been good. Thank you. Thank you. Did you eat it afterwards? No, because grubby hands all over that stuff. I don't know where these people's hands have been. And by these people, I mean my friends. I don't know where their hands have been. But they were kind of like, neither of them are very artistic or creative. So they were like, they sat there and like ate the candy and, and drank their vodka tonics while I did all the work. And then took pictures in front of it. It was really funny. It was rigged. Rigged. Oh my gosh. That's a good idea, Kenny Peterson. Next year at Trap Retirement Home. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm disting old people. I am old and do not think like that. Are you 140, Patty girl? Has nothing to do with age. You were in Florida. Understanding the joke is definitely, I think, does have to do with age, which is actually funny because when I was talking to my mom about it, my mom was like, old people get jokes too. I get jokes. I was like, okay, well, do you understand what this is? She was like, what'd she say? She said, something about, something about how she didn't understand that part of it or whatever. She got like the, some of the other stuff, but she didn't get that part. How did she word it? I can't remember. Anyway, I was like, well, yes, exactly. You're not going to get this joke. It's funny. No, see, y'all are saying like I'm 60 something. No, when I tell you that these people were 140, like, I don't think y'all are really understanding how severe this was. But they loved the pickup truck. So we're going to go with the pickup truck. I'm actually surprised that the tiki thing didn't win because that one was really cool. That one was really cool. And I think if you're not into true crime, it might not be as appealing to, since there is like a, this thing may have been a turnoff for some folks who aren't into true crime. So, but whatever. We'll have new judges next year. All right. I am going to take Lucy out real quick. And then when, oh, she heard me. Hi, you hear me? I'm going to take you potty. Let me see. I'm going to see if I can pull up that video for y'all. I'll play the video while I take her out. The video of Brice. Let's see. I'll play it while I'm going out. Or while I'm out there, I should say. Oh my gosh, he has a freestyle. I didn't see. Hold on.
An inmate at Louisville Metropolitan Hall of Justice. This is not a protected or privileged phone call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Charges, press 1 to refuse charges. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
I need a Panama when I grace the streets. Shooter like Jimmy, but I don't play for heat. Life is a gamble when I play for keeps. Yeah, I chase dreams, but I ain't saying to me. Self-made on my wrist, so I'm saying to me. Audemars yellow diamonds in that bitch on.
You know what? I'm gonna let y'all watch that on your own. Brice Rhodes has 333 subscribers. Bless it. Sometimes when I have trouble finding something nice to say. Dang, why can't I find the one hearing that... Let's see. There's that one. Oh, his alleged escape attempt came up too. There's so much crap on him. All right, I don't see it. All right, I've got to take her out before. I was trying to put this on so y'all have something to watch while I take her out real quick, but you emailed it to me. Where? Which email? If it's a oh, I have information about Charlie Adelson. What information? I don't know where you sent the email. I don't see it on here. Let me check Find Link and why I'm getting notifications about Charlie. Florida. Okay, she's dancing. Let me take her out and then I'll look up Charlie Adelson. Here, I'll give you beach cam until I get back. So y'all can, it's very calm day here. Here, you can have Beach Came, so I'll be back. I'm gonna take her back, or take her out, and I will be right back. investigators. He had Okay. Hello. Hello. Were y'all behaved? Were y'all behaved? All right. We are back. Let's see. What I miss? What I miss? Never when the cat is away. Never. All right, let's see. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know what y'all are doing. All right. Oh gosh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? So pretty outside. All right, let's put beach cam over here for a second. I had looked earlier, but could not find. I'll try to look tonight when I'm not like live, when I actually have time to look for that. Those police videos. I know that they were released. Police released them. I mean, this has been not long after it happened. But I cannot find the full video anywhere. I can only find news clips, which is not what I wanted. So I'll look tonight and see if I can find it. If not, I'll do a FOIA for it. Actually, I might go ahead and do the FOIA today. Anywho, okay, so I wanted to show y'all something though. If you want to, just to give you an idea, I want to show y'all a picture. When he pled guilty to, when Anwan took his plea deal, he pled guilty to lesser charges to testify against Brice. I want y'all to take a look at this. Look how young he looks. Is that not crazy? Like, look how, that is a child. And I know that he's 22 now and he still has a baby face. But man, he is, seeing like this picture of him sitting there with his attorneys, he's a child. That is a baby. It's crazy to me. Ask Brandi. Ask Brandi what? What are you asking me, Chrissy and Sinbad? Betsy Jean, what part of Florida do I live in? I live in, I'm basically like Southern Alabama. I'm in the Panhandle. He does look 12 in that photo. I mean, he's a child. Look how little. Oh, I'm clicking on, I have StreamYard open right here, and then I have the YouTube chat right here because different ones are better for different things. And I keep clicking on things to show them, and I'm like, why am I about to time this person out? It's because I'm clicking on I have to click on StreamYard. You know what? We're not all here today. That's okay. And that's okay. He was 15 in this. That's just somebody's child. It's just crazy to me. Oh, the diamonds. That was who was is it Pantyfly who started that? Said shine on you crazy diamonds. I think it was her that said that. And then it just stuck. No, Steven, I'm not scrolling back to find out what y'all been doing. I don't want to know. It's better I don't know. Yeah, he's a baby. All right, I think I'm caught up. Wherever my chat was when I came in, I just now got caught up on that. But I'm not going back to see what else y'all said. Rap a happy birthday song tomorrow for Holly Mack. Isn't Saturday her birthday? Oh, I guess because we won't be here Saturday. Duh. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. I said, she would say, don't let anyone dull your sparkle. That's what it was. Oh, okay. Let's see. What else do we have on him? There's a couple of pictures and stuff. I cannot find that dang video. I had no intentions on playing it or on streaming for 11 hours yesterday. I was planning on getting some of this done yesterday afternoon, but look what happened. So I'll have to get it done tonight. Couldn't find it either. Yeah, I might have to do a FOIA request on it. If it's not, all right, here's this. Let me show you this one. So this is when he went for his resentencing. He wanted to be released on shock probation. So this is when he turned 18 and he went back to court. So it says man who admitted to his role in 3 murders wants to be released from prison on shock probation. He's now 18, but was just 15 when the boys were murdered in May. Okay, he took a plea deal to 3 counts of criminal facilitation to murder and 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. Sentenced to 10 years in a juvenile detention facility, but was resentenced in December after turning 18. The hearing about the shock probation request is for July 23rd, which of course we know what happened with that already. We've been to that. Fanny Pack, happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. We are glad you are here. Let's see. All right, and then oh my goodness, look at this one. Look how young. Gosh, she's just a baby. So we're still supposed to hear from Ja'Cory Taylor and Tierin. I can't say his name. Thierry, I can't say it. Coleman. How did my brother's remote batteries? He hasn't been here yet. I think he's coming to town like next week. So, or maybe sooner. I don't know. He said a week before Christmas. Actually, I need to text him and find out when they're coming. So they'll be here soon. Maybe I should go put batteries in his remote. It's a good point. So we will still hear. Okay, so Tierin was 19 at the time. So he was one of the ones that was a little bit older. Too old to be hanging out with 14-year-olds, so still. They were supposed to do the proffer this morning, and I thought we were going to get to hear all of that, which was going to be really interesting, but then we didn't get to. Unfortunately. I can't find them. Let me go to, I'll just do a FOIA request. Let's see if I can get the whole thing. But I was hoping to watch those, and I guess wherever I saw them, I cannot find them, and I've had a couple other people looking too, and cannot find the whole thing. I'll look again tonight, but what part of Florida? I am in the Panhandle. It's like lower Alabama. I'm not even in like the Florida-y part of Florida. I'm just way off to the side. All right, let's see. Crime maps. Site map. I saw some of y'all talking earlier too about Christmas stuff. I have not started at all. I'm a very last minute person. Actually, let me order my mom's real quick. I know what I want to get her. I'm very, very last minute. I know what I want to get my kid too. But I don't know. I want to get him tickets. Proceed to check out. I'm buying my mama a Yeti cooler because she's. Oh, I hope she don't watch my show. She don't watch my show. Because she was trying to win one at Music Bingo the other night. She was like, I need it so bad, so I'm just going to order her one. All right, Mama's Christmas is done. I love it when y'all remind me of things. Look at y'all keeping me on top of things. I want to get my kid tickets to something, but like one of his favorite shows or, something. But I can't find anything. Can't find anything. So I gotta look for that. I'll exit out of this. Amazon is the equivalent of Santa and the elves because you can just sit on Amazon's lap and tell you what you want, and it just comes right to your door 2 days later. Taylor Swift, that would be a no. He would not be a fan of that. All right, open records request. Let's see. I love FOIA requests. Love them. Because I'm nosy. This might be where I saw it. Hold on. Way back here. Let's see. What's on there? See if this works.
With Hardin County Honda, one of the things that I can definitely.
Are we done with beach cam? Can I put beach cam up? Or y'all want to leave it like small? All right. Let's see here.
If you want to talk to us, it has to be your decision.
Graphic detail describing the brutal murder of two teenage brothers. Tonight, how this.
Hold on. Oh, I thought that was more of it. Maybe not.
Louisville hadn't seen in years.
I'm cool with a lot of people.
Rhodes and then 17-year-old Ja'Cory Taylor both denied. Way and Maurice Gordon in May. But that
That's not it there. Oh, well. Okay. I'll do a request for it. The reason I want to show it so bad, and I wish I could find the one wherever I saw it, but the at the end of it, he's like under the table, like crying. It's crazy. That's what I was looking for, but I cannot find it. I keep looking. Hi, Abe. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. It's not on that one either. Usually I can find things so easy too. Late to the party. A lot of people are going to be late to the party today, but that's okay. It's Friday Eve. Oh, they're hammering again. Yes, I'm not far from, I'm about an hour from Destin. Not far at all. Made one bag for life. Oh, here's this too. Hold on, let me see. So I want to hear when Tyrion, whatever his name is. I want to hear what he has to say because I want to hear about who this other person was. The video of mom attacking him is on Public Buzz video under the lives. Yeah, I was looking for the one. I wasn't looking for the attack videos. Cajun has all those on our 13th juror page. I was looking for the full police interviews, and I cannot find them anywhere. So I'm gonna do a request. Oh, here I can show that one though. Let me find her. Let me find the clip. Let's see. That video of the mom too with the red curls, I saw it started getting circulated again where she's talking. Yeah, where he is under the table crying. Let's see. Here's
it was a violent split-second decision.
I flipped out. I couldn't.
Their bodies.
He's like laughing
He's
and
a
stuff
demon.
when he's. Hold on. Let me look for the other one.
A dramatic scene unfolded in a
Dramatic scene. There's another one that I saw that came up with that one that was so interesting too. He where did you see the video where the guy attacked his sister's killer in court, and he made it all like he jumped from all the way from the camera you can't see him, and then I swear it looks like he's like leaping over. I saw it on some courthouse show, something, leaps over like 4 rows and gets over to him and like tackles him and starts hitting him before they pull. You saw that one? Isn't that one crazy? I swear he's like a gazelle, like leaping over these. It was the craziest thing.
Judge, where are the exhibits from yesterday?
They are in a storage room just right outside here. And later today, these will be moved there as well.
I think we may need to reference some of those
Today?
I wasn't sure if I'm not sure who you're calling. So depending on,
It's fine. When John comes back in, we can talk to him about it and he can get it.
I think just the photos, so it'd be pretty quick.
Okay.
Did it not? Yeah, I didn't think it would.
If I were bailiff, I'd take my time getting to him. Yeah, me too. I'd be like, oh my gosh. Oh no. Don't do that. But in reality, I'd be like, yeah. Oh, I don't know that he burned his head. Somebody else said that, somebody on another channel said that he burnt his head. I had not heard what happened to his stupid head, but there's a video too. I'll post a link. Where he's, court cam. I think that's what it was. Jen, you're right. There's a video too where he's alleging police misconduct, and I think I did post it actually. I tweeted it the other day after the openings, because he mentions the Breonna Taylor 2 thing, and I was thinking, well, maybe this is where his attorney.
Thank you. Would you mind to come up? We wanted to talk to you about some photos.
Opening argument came straight from him. I could almost see his phone.
Does anybody need to report anything with regards to the admonition? All right. I'll wait just a moment for them to get those items. Thank you. Come off ready to call our next witness.
Yes, come on, Scott.
Thank you.
Who? The typer is not sitting by the
Hi there, good afternoon. You can come right up here to the witness stand.
by the thing today, at least. Oh goodness.
And I will have you raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Please introduce yourselves to the jury.
My name is Jeffrey Scott Doyle.
And where did you work?
I was employed by the Kentucky State Police Forensic Laboratory from 1979 through 2019. I retired in October of 2019.
Are you still retired?
I am.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So in 2016, obviously you were at the lab.
Mhm.
Did you receive some evidence in this case?
I did.
And is this noted with a certain laboratory number so that you can track what you're about to talk about?
That's correct. Every case submitted to the laboratory was assigned a unique lab number. Each item of evidence was assigned a unique item number, and that was all tracked through the system and to keep everything organized.
In this case, before we get to this case, what sort of things did you do at the lab?
Well, primarily I was in firearms. My job as a firearms examiner also included looking at things like tire and shoe prints that's related to this case. It was all a form of comparative analysis. So in firearms, we're looking at bullets and cartridge casings and comparing those microscopically to samples from a gun that may have been submitted. In addition to that, shoe and tire print identification is a form of comparative analysis. So we're looking for both class characteristics and individual characteristics that may exist on a known item that may have transferred to, say, through your shoe prints or through your tire prints. And so that comparative analysis was a part of my job that I did for basically 40 years.
And did you receive training and continuing education to do that?
I did. Early on, back in 1979, I was trained at the Central Forensic Laboratory in Frankfurt to be a firearms and tool mark examiner. That included training from the FBI, gun manufacturers, other forms of training. I was a distinguished member of the Association of Firearms and Tool Mark Examiners, and which we had an annual training seminar that I attended most of the time. And so, yes, there was ongoing training as well as we had peer review. So every case we worked was reviewed by another examiner. The results were examined. There was a extensive amount of training early, but then there's a lot of on-the-job, just working cases as well during that course of 40 years.
Did you receive a number of items of evidence in this case?
I did.
How does the lab get the evidence?
The lab would receive the evidence from the Louisville Police Department Evidence Technicians Unit. So whenever something happened, the evidence technicians would go out, they'd collect the evidence, they would package it, they would organize it, and then they would submit it to the laboratory for examination, and then I would conduct my examinations.
In this case, did you receive 2 tire imprint casts?
I did.
What is a tire imprint cast?
Well, the technicians would go out, and at the crime scene, they may see a tire imprint in the ground. And to preserve that and to record it and to collect it, they would mix plaster, a plaster substance. There's different types, but they would pour that into that imprint that was in the ground, let it harden, and then they would collect that. After it hardened, they would pull it up and they would submit that to the laboratory, and they would have the negative image of that imprint. And then that would be used to compare to any, if they had tires, let's say if we're talking about tires, it would be compared to any tire samples they may have, or if it's shoes, they would be compared to any shoe samples they may have.
Did you also receive 2 shoe imprint casts from this case? And what did they provide you with to help you analyze the imprints?
Well, they had taken pictures from my report. I can see that there was a compact disc of pictures that they had taken of tires that were on a vehicle, I believe. And there's photos and five printed photos from the scene. They also printed out 5 pictures from pictures that were on the CD. And then there were a number of shoes that they submitted. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pairs of shoes that were submitted.
Okay. Did you analyze all of this? Were you able to make some conclusions?
I was some conclusions and not.
Okay,
So,
let's go through them one by one. So is it the case that you have lab numbers? And there's also numbers provided from the crime scene unit on the report here?
there are,
Okay.
yeah, there are, yes.
So we'll start with your item 52, which would be CSU item 2, one tire cast. Or item 52, which would be CSU item 2, one tire cast imprint. What, and I guess it's the same thing for, so we'll go to item 53, which is CSU item 3, the other tire imprint. What were you able to determine?
Well, as it related to both of those imprints, my items 52 and 53, I determined that the pictures on the CD of tires, I couldn't make a determination one way or another. I couldn't eliminate those tires as having made those imprints, but I couldn't identify them either. Class characteristics are something we look at first. We'll see if the same pattern, basic pattern is there. So the same basic pattern was there, but in tires, it's very difficult to identify a tire specifically to a tire imprint because tires will wear and they develop, they don't develop very good unique characteristics for us to look at. So in looking at those imprints, and a round tire is very, if you were to roll out that imprint, it would be about 6 feet long if you rolled it all the way out flat. So just capturing one small imprint that was made, you don't know where on that tire it may have been made. So it could have been at the top or bottom or whatever. So my conclusions were that it was basically inconclusive. I couldn't say whether the tires, the pictures of the tires that were submitted, that those tires made those imprints, but I couldn't eliminate them as well.
And was, because we've heard about a number of cars, does it list what specific type of car this is on your report?
It says they were off of a Mazda 3.
Moving on to the shoe imprints. For 54, your number 54, which would be CSU 6, were you able to determine anything about that item?
Again, item 54, it says on my report here that there was an inconclusive comparison again to shoes contained in item 62. So I couldn't identify or eliminate item 62 shoes as having made that imprint. The same basic pattern existed, but there was a lack of individual characteristics present in the imprint for me to make an identification. Shoes were eliminated, it appears.
And item 62, is that CSU 133?
It is.
Okay. What about your item 55, which is CSU 9, the other shoe imprint cast?
It appears that that particular imprint let me read, make sure I get this right here. Okay, so I couldn't identify the two imprints as being made by the same shoe. And then I couldn't on item 55, it was not made by any of the pairs of shoes that were submitted. So it was a different pattern present in that imprint that did not match any of the shoes submitted.
Okay. So to summarize, the tires could not be identified or eliminated. One shoe, same, not identified or eliminated. The other shoe print, eliminated.
Eliminated, okay. Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Doyle, good afternoon. I just want to be clear that you could not positively identify the tire tracks at the scene as being from the blue Mazda 3, correct?
That's correct.
And you could not positively identify or match any of the shoes that were given to you to the shoe prints at the scene. Is that correct?
There was one pair of shoes that I couldn't eliminate. The others I eliminated.
Anything else? All right, thanks for being here. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Quick in and out.
I'd like to call next.
Taylor.
Thank you.
Oh, Jacory Taylor. Oh, here we go. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. This one's big.
Mr. Taylor, you can come right up here to the witness stand. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Oh, dang.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury? And sir, if you lean closer to the microphone and speak louder, we need to be able to hear you.
Jacory Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, how are you connected to this case?
You need to answer the question. Sir, you need to answer the question.
Oh. Sir, did you know Larry and Maurice?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know them?
This is my friend.
They were your friends? Did you know or do you know Anwan Carter? I know that you're nodding, but we have to be able to hear you. So if you could say yes or no as appropriate. Did you know Anwan?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
He's my cousin.
He's your cousin?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that mom's side or dad's side?
Mom's side.
Did you know Brice Rhodes?
You must answer the question. You all want to approach? Come on up here, sir.
Oh, dang. He does not want to be there. He does not want to talk.
We're going to take a short break. Need about 10 minutes. If you all could come back at 1:30, please.
Brice for the jury.
Ooh. They're going to have to remind him that part of his plea deal is testifying. I want them to leave the hot mics on so we can hear. We can't hear anything. Oh,
Mr. Taylor, you can have a seat in the witness chair again.
Judge, I'm not trying to overstep. I wasn't sure if he had counsel and if we needed anything like that. I know.
I mean, I'm just going to talk to him about how he has to answer. I understand that, but we still have to have some kind of an answer. It can be yes, no, I don't know, I don't remember, but you can't sit there and not answer the question. Do you understand? Mr. Taylor, I'm speaking to you. Please look at me. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you all approach, please?
Look at that face. He's breathing heavy too. Look. He's breathing real heavy. Jacory's plea deal was 10 years in prison. Right? Hold on. Let me double check before I tell you wrong. Wow. Jacory Taylor, 19, has been ordered to serve 10 years in prison. It says without probation in connection to the May 2016 murders. Taylor took a plea deal in January, which he agreed to testify against Brice Rhodes in exchange for the 10-year sentence or 20 years of probation. All right, let's see. Or 20 years probation. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he was 17. The thing is, okay, so in 2017, Brice, they said Brice was slipping notes to Jacory that said rats get exposed, written on a police report. We went over that the other day when we were doing the intro to all of this. Yeah, this is the other co-defendant. Ooh. Let's see. Oh. He's crying. I mean, remember too that when Anwan got up there yesterday, he said, because these were teenagers too at the time. Remember, he was like, if we didn't do it, we'd ended up just like them. Anwan said that he's the only one who voted that the boys should live. I'm curious if they get Jacory to talk, what he'll say.
Since the jury's not in here, I can talk to you about this. So the attorney that had previously represented you no longer is with the public defender's office, but they're going to send an attorney over for you just in case you need somebody to talk to while you're here. Okay. All right. Whenever the jurors are back, we can get started again.
I mean, if Brice is sending him notes while he's in jail too, threatening him, I mean, I'd be scared too.
Don't get the pictures you needed. Like good. Get the pictures you needed. Okay. I was trying to figure out how to get the J cut into here. And I guess what I have to do is switch it over manually when you're using it. But I've been just switching it to overall presentation so the screen would show. Okay.
This is crazy.
All 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Mills.
Yeah, he definitely was looking at him.
Ms. Jones-Brown, you can proceed.
Mr. Taylor, how old are you?
25.
Thank you. How old were you in 2016?
17.
So when you were 17 years old, you were friends with Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were cousins with Anwan Carter. You are cousins with him. Were you running around with your cousin Anwan? Did you all four hang out?
Yeah. Yeah.
How did you know Larry and Maurice? How did you meet them?
I met through one of my cousins, Antoine.
You met them through your cousin Antoine? And how is Antoine related to Antoine?
Big brothers.
They're brothers. Okay. Did you all hang out with more people?
No, it was just usually us.
Okay. What sort of stuff would you do?
Females, chill, party, stuff like that.
Where did you go to school?
Went to Lasseter, and I went to Butler High School.
Where'd you say?
I went to Lasseter Middle, and I went to Butler High School.
Butler High School? So did you go to school with any of them?
Now my cousin Antoine did. That's how I met him. They went to school together, and they came to my granny's house one day.
What neighborhood did you live in back then?
I lived in the South, with my cousin.
What do you mean by the South?
South there, like by Olmsted Middle School, our boys' school. You know, in the
Is
South
that where
there.
they all went to school?
Yeah, they all went to school there.
So you would hang out with them after school?
Yeah.
Were you and Anwan friends when you were little kids?
No, not really. I mean, he just my cousin's like blood brother, so I looked at him as like a brother too.
So you were closer to Antoine at first than Anwan, is that what you're saying?
Antoine, me and Antoine grew up together. His mama is my mama's sister. She passed away, Stacy. She passed away, so me and Antoine, we've been tight since I was young.
And was Anwan his little brother? At some point, did anybody in that group introduce you to Brice Rhodes?
Maurice and Larry.
Brice and Larry did?
Mhm.
About how long did you know Maurice and Larry before they died?
About 4 years.
4 years?
hmm
About how long did you know Brice Rhodes?
I don't remember.
Had you known him, would you say weeks, months, or years before the murders?
I don't remember.
Was it years?
Probably about, it wasn't that long though. It wasn't no year.
Wasn't no year?
No.
And you met him through, I believe you said Maurice and Larry?
Hmm.
Okay. What sort of things would you all do with him?
Move, lady.
No. Just chill. Really.
Would he take you all out
Time to time.
from time to time? Did he take you all out to eat?
Time to time.
Did he buy you all stuff?
Time to time.
Sure.
I wish I could see both of them at the same time. I want to see how Brice is looking at him. She would stand in front of Brice instead of standing in front of the camera.
How often would you all hang out with him?
I hung with M1 more than anybody, and Maurice and Larry more than anybody. So I don't really, I can't say how many times we hung together, or how often, but it was often. But it wasn't more than I hung with them two and M1.
Could you, I'm so sorry, but I could not hear all of that. If you could lean closer in.
We hung with them sometimes, but I mean it was mostly me, Maurice and Larry and M1. It wasn't, you know.
So it's mostly you four, sometimes him.
Yeah.
How old was he, if you recall?
Who?
Mr. Rhodes.
I don't know.
Was he older
He's
than you all?
older than us.
Did you all ever, well, anytime you hung out with him, were they there, your friends there too? Or did you ever hang out with him, just you and him?
It was mostly just me, him, and Maurice and Larry and Butter. M1.
Okay, and I believe you just said Butta. What is?
It's M1.
That's A1's nickname?
Yeah.
He was 17.
All right.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me ask the attorneys to come up. Mr. Faccio, would you mind to come up too?
There's no closed caption available, and even if there was, it wouldn't be able to understand him either. When they mumble, it's you can't. There's nothing I can do about them mumbling. He was 17 at the time. Yeah, he like his plea deal was 10 years in prison. I think it was 2018 when he was sentenced. He keeps taking really deep breaths. How was the witness involved? What did he do? I I went over all of that's all the stuff I went over. He was the one that was in the front seat when Brice shot this guy, and he was there at the apartment. He's the other one that had to stay and clean up with Anwan. Hi, 80s. Look, they got him up there talking to him now.
Thanks so much. Sorry for the interruption.
I ain't got nothing to say.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, I want to turn to the May 4th incident.
I ain't got nothing to say.
Sir, leading up to May 4th of 2016, can you tell us what happened?
I ain't got nothing to say.
Oh,
I respect what y'all doing here, but I ain't got nothing to say about the incident.
Well, that's not true, right? You don't want to. Right? But you do have something to say. Can you please tell the jury about the May 4th incident?
he can't plead the fifth. It's part of a plea deal.
Can you tell the jury what happened the night Christopher Jones was shot? On 41st Street. Sorry, I know it's hard. Mr. Taylor, were you on 41st Street the night Christopher Jones was shot?
I ain't got nothing to say.
Wow.
On May 4th, 2016, were you in a car on 41st Street?
I ain't got nothing to say.
Sir, do you understand this is a court
Yes, ma'am.
and that witnesses get sworn in, that they answer questions? You understand that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I ain't
You
got
understand that you have information that the jury needs about this case, right? Do you understand that? Do you want me to ask it in smaller questions? Does that help better? Mr. Taylor, were you with those people that you have just talked about? Maurice, Larry, Anwan, and Brice Rhodes on May 4th, 2016? Just answer that question. Were you with them that night? May 3rd into May 4th, 2016.
He'll lose his plea deal if he doesn't testify. Yeah.
So there are 3 answers you could give to that question. You could say, yes, I was with them. No, I wasn't with them, or I don't remember. What is your answer to that question?
He has been threatened. Brice threatened him with letters.
Mr. Taylor, do you remember a conversation that you had with Detective Tonelli about this incident? And we're gonna need you to say an answer. It could be yes, no, or I don't remember.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Um, I don't even know what to say. I mean, if he doesn't testify, I mean, the plea deal was he's had to testify. So if he chooses not to answer, then yeah, he's definitely not going to. I mean, the only thing he'll talk about, he was talking about his relationship to the people, but he won't say anything about the incident. Is what he called it. I'm sure the lawyers do know. Yeah, they would know that he was threatened, but the jury doesn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to speak with this witness outside of your presence and ask you to come back again. And we'll just say 2 o'clock. Take 15 minutes.
All right, jury.
Let's see. Let's look. This hold on, let me pull his. Was Louisville, Jefferson County?
John, can we lock the courtroom door for a moment? Does anybody want to leave for a minute? I'm going to lock the door for a moment.
Locking the door.
Providing him with a spare copy, Judge. And
Thank you. All right, Mr. Taylor, I'm going to give you some time to talk to Mr. Ferraccio, who is here at my request as your attorney. But let me say this. When a question is asked of you, you can answer it yes, no, or I don't remember. And if you want to, you can explain more beyond that. But simply not answering will result in me holding you in contempt of court and putting you in jail likely. Additionally, it could open you up to other consequences, such as your prior plea deal being taken away and all of the charges against you being reinstated. Now, I do not care how you answer, but you will either answer or remain in the jail. Mr. Ferraccio, I'll give you some time to speak with him now.
He's not in custody.
Yeah, he's not in custody.
Where should we go?
Yep.
You,
Conference room. Yeah, John, I'm sorry, the outer door is is the one we'll need to secure.
Yeah, they can't force Brice out because he has a right to face his accusers. So
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. No, I just meant.
I mean, that is what it is. That's, I'm having flashbacks to the Hammond trial. When I didn't impeach him.
Hot mic.
By the way, which is, I don't know. She says, no, I don't remember, and I don't know.
Okay, I'll let him say that.
All right.
In the context of were you with him, I feel like that would have been a sensible answer. No, me either, because this is not how it was 5 seconds before this started.
No, I'm okay with Vince. Drink back there.
Still listening. She said flashbacks to
Lilana, you want to come out here with us a minute, Brian?
Hammond trial. The Hammond trial, two key witnesses. It was a murder trial, and two key witnesses told a jury that police and prosecutors bullied them into testifying against Hammond. I want to hear what they're saying so bad. I can't hear anything. The Hammond's ex-girlfriend said that the lead detective had told her that if she didn't cooperate, her life would be a living hell. And then a friend of his said that the detective told him, according to him, says that he would be killed if he didn't testify against Hammond. Oh, Daniel, thank you for gifted membership. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Let's see. It went to Sandra Oliver. You're back in green. Oh my gosh, Mike Savage. What in the Felicia is going on here? Yeah, Jacory was the other homeless teenager who was like sleeping in stairwells and stuff like that, and on people's couches. And do you think the guy on the stand... Everything just moved. I lost that. Do you think the guy on the stand, if he was bullied to unalive them? Yeah, well, I mean, according to the testimony yesterday, because he said Anwan said that after Brice killed them, they passed the knife around, like he passed the knife around and said that each of them were going to be a part of this.
Doesn't have to. Okay.
Oh, let me look up his court documents. Hold on. Let's see. He is probably terrified right now. Anwan was never in jail at the same jail as him. Because remember, Anwan was in like a juvenile place for those 3 years until he turned 18, and then he was released. So Brice never sent him the threatening letters because they weren't in the same place. Let's see. Let me see if I can find his court records. I mean, it's crazy. If he doesn't, he's not in custody right now. So the plea deal that he accepted was 10 years. But in exchange for his, who are you barking at? What'd he just say? What'd he say? Hey, hush.
Are either of you Tyler Childers fans? You Tyler Childers fan, Brian?
Stop.
Do
You're
you know
barking
who
at
Tyler
nothing.
Childers is? Are you Tyler Childers fans? Are you a Tyler Childers fan? Okay, cool. Not then.
Draymond Green fan?
I don't know for sure if this witness stabbed both as well. According to testimony yesterday, he passed the knife around, so I don't know. I don't know. And so I was actually really interested to see what all he had to say. I don't know what happened to his head. Yeah, somebody said that somebody else said it was a burn. I don't know anything about what happened. Let's see. I mean, I can understand him being scared. All right, let's see. With defendant, all right. Taylor accepted the prosecution's offer for either 10 years in prison or 20 years of probation, a decision that will be left to the discretion of Circuit Judge Charlie Cunningham at sentencing. He pleaded guilty to 3 counts of facilitation of murder, amended from murder, and tampering with evidence, all Class C felonies. While probation is an option under the plea deal, Jones Brown told Cunningham she objects to it. Taylor chose to be sentenced at a later date and will be kept in solitary protective custody away from co-defendant Brice Rhodes until then. When was this written? January of 2018. This is right after he accepted the plea deal then. Let's see.
If the jurors are here, we're ready.
March.
Oh,
Okay, he was
this is the first.
sentenced in March
Period.
of 2018.
Judge, may the Commonwealth have permission to lead?
Do you want to talk
Yes.
about it, or are you okay with that?
He's a hostile witness. Yes, you have permission to leave.
Let's talk about it for a second, Judge.
Come on up.
So she's
Hang on
asking
just
for
a
permission
second.
to ask leading questions. It's what you do if there's a hostile witness. Hostile meaning they're not. Dang, I was trying to listen. Came in to testify for them, and they're
It's
not.
good. They can come on in.
Not doing it, so they're asking leading. So they ask permission to ask leading questions during direct examination instead of just it only being allowed during cross-examination. So this says that he was sentenced to a 10-year sentence in March of 2018. So I'm trying to find out why he's not.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. Ms. Jones Brown, you can pick up where you left off.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, returning to May 4th, 2016, were you there when Christopher Jones was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you?
Use the mic.
I was in the back seat.
Backseat of the vehicle?
Mhm.
Whose car was it?
It was Brice.
What color was the car?
Blue Mazda.
The Mazda?
Mhm.
Who was driving?
Maurice.
Who was next to Maurice in the front?
Larry.
Who was in the back?
Brice.
Were you behind Maurice or Larry?
I was behind Larry.
And the defendant was behind Maurice?
Mhm.
So driver's side rear?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you, oh, was Anwar there?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Anwar?
He was behind us in the truck.
What truck was he in?
He was in the truck he had that day. He was following us.
He followed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how he got the truck? Was it a truck that he had long term?
Nah, this was short term that day. This for that day.
He showed up in the truck that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did y'all go to 41st Street?
Looking for somebody.
Who are you looking for?
I don't know.
Did you ever know specifically who you were looking for?
We never knew. We just went along with it.
Who knew? Who was the person who knew?
Brice.
Sorry.
Brice knew.
Did he tell you all who he was looking for?
No.
But did he tell you why he was looking for someone?
Something about a price on their head or something like that.
Somebody with a price on their head. What does that mean?
Somebody with a price on their head, like looking for him.
Does that mean that somebody else is going to pay if this person gets killed?
It means the person who did it get paid.
The person who did it gets paid? Okay. How did you all know that there was somebody with a price on his head?
Brice told us about it.
Did he tell you all about this before that night or that night?
It was at night.
Did you, okay, so y'all are driving down 41st Street, you're in the back seat, Antoine following, what happens?
Rode around. Brice rode around. Stopped the car. And he seen somebody in the middle of the street. And Brice told him to get out the street. Shot him.
Who shot him?
Brice.
Brice Rhodes shot him. So you're in the passenger side rear, right?
Mm-hmm.
So were you all, was the person who got shot on the other side of the street from you all?
He was on.
You don't know? It's probably an unclear question. Was the fellow on the sidewalk or in the street?
Street.
Okay. Was he crossing the street or what was he doing?
He may have been crossing the street. He was in the street, but he may have been crossing the street, but he was in the middle of the street.
Did Mr. Rhodes shoot him with a gun? Well, that's obvious, but just to be clear, it was with a gun, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was it?
9mm.
How did he get the gun?
Got it from me.
Where did you get the gun?
Friend of mine.
How long have you had the gun?
I didn't have it a day.
You didn't have it a day, so you got it that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you get the gun?
My own protection.
And how did Mr. Rhodes end up with it?
He was with me that night. He's with all of us at night. He told us that somebody had a price on their head, so he wanted the gun. So I gave him the gun.
Could you describe how he shot Mr. Jones?
He pulled up and he was in the street. I just remember that he shot him. I don't really remember. I just know he said, get out the street or something like that. And he shot him.
And were you sitting next to Brice Rhodes when he shot Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Mr. Jones at all?
None of us did.
Had you ever seen him before?
Nah, I ain't never seen him dead in my life.
Did you ever find out if he in fact was the person with the price on his head?
Judge, we would object.
That's a statement. You want to approach?
No, I can rephrase. How did you feel about this situation?
Oh.
I was young. I just went along with it, to be honest with you. We all did, you know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, what was the last thing?
We just went along with it.
Did Mr. Rhodes, to your knowledge, did he ever show up with money from this price on the head business?
No, ma'am.
After the shooting, what did you all do?
Went to Maurice and Larry's house.
Did all 5 of you go or just some of you?
We all went.
Okay. What happened at their house?
We didn't really talk about much. We just basically just told us not to tell nobody. That was it that I remember.
Okay. Did you all discuss it later amongst yourselves?
Not really. I mean, to be honest, we ain't never seen nobody like get shot, you know what I mean?
Oh.
So, I'm not gonna lie, we was all scared, you know what I mean? It wasn't just them two, we was all scared, you know what I'm saying? Maurice, Larry, all of us, we was scared, man.
You were scared?
Yeah, we was young, you know what I'm saying? We didn't really, we just went along with it.
Did you all, any of you, discuss this prior to May 21st?
Yeah, me and Maurice did. And Larry. He told me he wasn't messing with Brice anymore because of the situation.
Did Brice Rhodes say anything?
No.
Okay. Did he say anything about Larry and Maurice?
Just said that he can't mess with them no more because they told their mama about the situation. He feared they would say something to the police.
So he believed they told their mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What does he mean that you can't mess with them?
No,
What did you, I know you don't know, but what did you understand that to mean?
We check the speculation.
I'm gonna sustain that.
Okay. Did he tell you anything that he thought should happen?
He feared they would tell him, so he was saying we can't mess with them no more. We got get him back for telling him. That's all I remember.
Get him back for telling?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything more specific?
Not really, not that I remember.
Do you remember talking to Detective Tonelli about this?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think if you saw a transcript of your conversation that might help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach your honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you page 10. Specifically.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help refresh your memory? What did he tell you he wanted to do to them?
So we gotta kill him.
At that time, did you believe him?
Shocked. I mean, I didn't know what to believe, to be honest, because of the Chris situation. I didn't really know. I just I don't really know.
Where were you when he said this?
As I remember, it was just he was in the car one day. I don't remember what day. I don't remember what day. I just know he was in the car and he was telling me this because Maurice was scared, you know what I'm saying? Like he was scared that he was gonna tell or whatever, so he was telling me that.
Judge, it's difficult for me to hear the answer, but I believe it's a mix of hearsay and non-hearsay. We object to the hearsay part.
Sustain.
Let's move on to, well, in this time period, were there days when you saw Maurice and Larry?
Yeah, we was still with him every day after that.
Okay.
Me and Anwan was.
Were there days that you saw Brice Rhodes?
Yeah, at times, not often.
Okay. Tell us about May 21st, which I believe would have been that Saturday.
Oh, cross. I'm not looking forward to cross exam.
I remember riding around with my cousin Q. Me and Anwan was riding around with Q that day.
So Q is the nickname of your another cousin?
That's my cousin.
So Q and Anwan and you were in a car?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you all doing?
Just riding around, you know, females. Q had a girlfriend. We were just riding around. I was calling Maurice and he was calling Larry because we was trying to go back to their house that day. And, kept calling and stuff like that because we usually we'll go out, we'll be out that day, and like at the time I really didn't have nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying? So
Where were you living then?
that's the house.
House to house?
Different friends' house.
What was going on with your? Did you typically live with your mom or your dad?
I had issues with my family.
Okay. So did you? How long had it? Well, when you were really little, did you live with your mom or your dad or both?
My mom, for the most part. My dad got killed.
At that time, were you living with your mom?
Yeah, I was living with my mom off and on. That's the reason why I was bouncing from house to house, because I didn't know where to stay at the time.
Okay. Okay, so you had a cousin Q who was driving you around that day with Anwan. Was he also Anwan's cousin, or was it the other side of the family?
Q didn't really look at him as a cousin, but you could say that because Antoine, which is Anwan's brother, is Q's cousin too. You know, that's my mama's sister.
Okay.
So we was all cousins anyway.
So you Anwan and Antoine have different moms or dads?
We got different moms, same dad.
Okay. So Antoine was your all's cousin and he was Anwan's brother. Mm-hmm. So you are related to Anwan through that? Mm-hmm. Okay, got it. So you're riding around with Q. What happens?
I was calling Reese, calling him back to back, trying to see, we were trying to go over there at night, something, because I remember, I said that, Reese actually, he called me and let me know he was, I forget, at the time, no, I'm sorry about that, rephrase that. I called him to go over there, and we finally went over there. They was gone. Me and brother went over, they was gone. And
so you went to the house where they lived with their mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Over by Iroquois Park?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were not there? Okay.
And I was confused because, you know, he told me, after Maurice was telling me that he wasn't hanging with him no more, fooling with Brice no more, I was confused on why he was still with him and why they was still, you know, with Brice after the situation with Chris. So I went there to spend the night, me and Butter did, and we got there. Their cousin answered the door, and they wasn't there. They wasn't there that night. When we left, we kept calling Maurice's cell phone. I called Brice's cell phone. I was like, "Where Maurice and Larry at?" And said that they were right here and stuff like that. And Maurice was in the background and Larry's in the background partying. There's people over there. I just thought everything was fine at that point. I didn't really think nothing, like, back when you asked me, like, was he serious? You know what I'm saying? Like, about doing that to them. I mean, at that point, I didn't think he was serious no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't really think nothing of it. I thought he was just gonna let him live. We was all gonna be cool. You know, stuff like that. I didn't really think he was really gonna do that. I thought we was gonna party. So I insisted on going anyway, even though Q and N1 told me not to go. I insisted because I ain't had nowhere to go. Q and N1 really could have went to their family meeting. I just wanted somewhere to stay at night. I ain't really thinking about hurting nobody or nothing like that. We wasn't thinking like that. N1 didn't want to go. My cousin didn't want me to go, but I insisted on going anyway.
So you went to get someplace to stay?
Yes, ma'am. So we went to Brice's apartment that night. My cousin Q dropped me off. He dropped me and N1 off.
Why didn't Q go?
Q didn't want me to go anyway. Q didn't really fool. He didn't really fool too much with Brice anyway. He didn't want me around him, so that's why he didn't really want me to go. And, we went that day. As I remember, it was people in the house. I believe a female and two guys, a female and a guy, as I remember. So and they was drinking, and everything was cool at that point. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was just in the house, you know, chilling. And I remember two other people being there, and I'd never seen them before. Mia, M1. Never seen them before.
Were Maurice and Larry there when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it was Maurice, tell me if I get this right, Maurice, Larry, Brice Rhodes, a female, and two dudes you'd never seen before? Okay. And so at first everything's cool?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long did everything stay cool?
Everything was cool until we was all drinking, and we was all just there, and I didn't know the other two people that was there, the two gentlemen there. So I'm really confused at that point. I didn't really, we just partying, we kicking it, and then I remember that Brice said, he asked Maurice, "Are you telling on me?" or something like that. "Are you telling on me? Are you telling on me?" or something like that. Something like that. I just remember that part, something like that. He was asking questions and stuff like that. And Maurice had said something to me, and we was kind of arguing. We got into a dispute. And as I remember, that was before Brice had asked him, "Are you telling on me?" It had nothing to do about, you know, the situation. Me and Maurice just got into a dispute over the fact, like, we was all drinking, we was partying and stuff like that, and stuff kind of, you know what I'm saying? So he asked him, like, "Are you telling him?" And he kind of denied it, like, "Nah, I ain't doing that," stuff like that. At that point, he said we gotta violate him and stuff like that. I didn't understand. He just wanted, like, he just said violate him. And then, as I remember, before that, I just remember Maurice picked up a knife on me or whatever, and Brice had grabbed the knife from Maurice. And that's when he hit him. You know what I'm saying? He hit him.
So he hit who?
Hit Maurice.
And who is the one doing the hitting?
He hit Maurice because he picked up a knife on me.
But I'm sorry, just to be clear, who hit Maurice?
Brice.
Okay. Was the female still present at this point?
Female? Now everybody left. The female left because it was too many dudes there. As I recall, like, it was too many dudes at that point, so she left, and the other two people stayed. And Butter was there, and Maurice and Larry was there. But after that, he kind of, like, he didn't really go at me with the knife. He did, but he didn't. It was aggressive, so he hit him. Brice hit Maurice and made him put the knife. He grabbed the knife from him, and that's when he insisted on doing what he did.
Okay, so everything's cool. You and just tell me if I'm getting this timeline right. You and Maurice kind of get into a little argument.
Yes,
I mean, did you think it was a serious argument?
We've been into it before, and next day we right back. We right back good. So I didn't think nothing of it. We didn't think to do it in that, it don't matter.
Okay.
Make it was that serious to even, you know what I'm saying?
So when he pulled the knife, were you scared?
At that point, we all confused, you know what I'm saying?
No, I meant when Maurice pulled the knife.
I remember lunging, like,
Pardon?
I remember jumping back, like lunging back, like,
Uh-huh.
you know what I'm saying?
And so at that point, Maurice pulls the knife. Mr. Rhodes takes the knife.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you said he hit him, was it a slap or a punch? Or what? Describe it however you remember it.
I don't remember. I know it was either slap or a punch. I just know he hit him, and he took the knife from him.
Where were you all in the apartment?
He was in the living room.
And was everybody standing, sitting?
So, we were standing at that point. Everybody was standing around.
Okay, so after the punch or hit, I'll say hit, is all this happening before or after he started talking about the violating?
I just know that he said we gotta violate him or something, violate them or violate him
And is that after he hit him?
after he hit him because he.
I'm just trying to get the timing. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so he says, so is that like disciplining?
Yes, violate whatever he was planning on doing. Violate somebody.
When he said that, what happened next?
He he said something about, he told me to Brice had told me to he said I want you to violate him. I was scared, so I'm like, what you mean? He said it. He's like, I want you to punch him in his chest. And if you hit him in his face, I'm gonna hit you. He told me it's my reach. You know, I just remember he had me punching him. He said stop. Or something like that. And he had I thought everything was fine at that point until he said we gotta tie him up. We gotta tie him up or something like that. As I remember. It's been a while, so I just remember certain detail like that. You know what I'm saying? That I can remember. But I just remember that he said we gotta tie him up and tied him up and pinned him down and he stabbed Maurice and
Who stabbed Maurice?
Brice did.
Okay. Was Maurice tied up at that point?
Yeah, he was tied up.
What was used to tie him up?
I don't really remember. I just remember that he was tied up.
Okay. Who did the tying?
Brice did. And somebody else that was there. I don't really remember. I just know he was tied up and he had a sock in his mouth and he pinned him down and he began stabbing. He made him one stab him too.
Did you see where he was stabbing him?
Man, stomach, chest, stuff like that.
Do you know how many approximate times it was?
It was a lot. I don't really remember.
What was Maurice doing while this was going on?
What can you do?
Who was in the room while this was happening?
Oh.
Yeah, it was me, Butter, Brice, two other people, and Maurice. He's pretty much fighting, fighting, trying to, he made N1 stab him, and once N1 stabbed him, he kind of moved him to the door. He just had me standing there.
You were standing by the door?
He two other people that was in there, I didn't really know. They was already there when we got there, so I'm thinking that, you know what I'm saying? In my mind, couldn't do nothing but stand there, worrying if somebody's gonna do something to us for, you know, trying to interrupt anything. So he went to he kind of took my reach to the door. They all, well, I don't really remember who, but I just remember he going to the door. And, Larry was in the bathroom. He made Larry come out, and the same thing happened to Larry. And once he did Larry, he made me stab Larry.
So I'm sorry to make you talk through this again, but I want to just get the picture of where everybody is. While Maurice was being stabbed, where was Larry?
He was in the bathroom.
How did Larry get to the bathroom?
The other two people put him in there.
Did Larry want to go to the bathroom?
They made him.
Could you hear Larry in the bathroom?
I don't really remember. I just know he was in the bathroom until Maurice was pulled out the living room.
After you said Brice Rhodes stabbed Maurice a lot of times, and then he made Anwan stab him.
Yes, ma'am.
Had Maurice stopped moving at that point?
I don't really remember, ma'am. I just know that he pulled him to the side and made Larry come out next.
How did he pull him to the side?
Put him by the door.
Was Maurice walking, or was he down on the ground?
He was down.
And did you drag him to the door, carry him to the door? You know?
I just remember he was can I grab a picture? I just remember he grabbed him to the door. He slid him to the door and I don't know, man. And Larry came out. I just know he had somebody watching the door to make sure it wasn't nobody coming in the house.
When Larry came out, could he were his eye? I mean, could he see what happened to his brother, or were his eyes covered?
Not that I remember.
You can't remember? Okay. So let's walk through what happened to Larry. I'm sorry, but how did it start? Was he tied up?
Same thing. I just remember that. I remember him trying to break free, and he pinned him down and began stabbing him. And then after he was down, he handed me the knife and made me stab him as well.
How many times did Brice Rhodes stab Larry?
I don't recall. I don't really remember. I just know that he stabbed him.
To your knowledge, did he appear alive when you were stabbing him?
No, ma'am.
How many times did you stab him?
Just once or twice. After the fact that
Did Brice Rhodes say anything about why he was making you stab Larry?
I mean, not really. I just know once we was in it. There was no, we involved pretty much. We there. We just, so we just as guilty as we there. Couldn't do nothing though. I mean, I was scared. So it was all scared. I don't know. I just know. Can't really say.
Did the other two guys participate in the stabbing in any way other than restraint?
Yeah, after the fact they was already down, he made them stab him as well.
Did you know these two guys at all?
Never seen him. Me and Anwan never seen him. I believe Maurice and Larry knew the other two guys, but we didn't know him.
Were you later able to give a description of either of them to Detective Sinelli?
Like brown skin or light skin or something like that. Well, as I can remember.
So you described one of them as light skinned and one of them as darker skinned?
He was light skinned.
Okay.
Brown skin, light skin.
Did you have anything else to go on?
Yeah.
After Larry was down, what happened to his body?
The same thing. He moved him to the side of the door. He made us put him in like laundry totes or something like that.
Laundry totes? When they were, to back up 1 second, when they were in the living room, were they just on the carpet or was there anything down on the carpet? When they were kneeling down, if you recall, was it just they were on the carpet or was there a blanket down or anything, sheets, anything?
I don't really recall.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So you all put them in laundry totes?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we talking like laundry hampers, like you would carry your
Yes,
laundry
ma'am.
down the steps in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, they're in laundry totes. Now what happens?
He made, I just remember, he made all of us carry him to the car.
And which car was that?
The blue Mazda.
Did you all put them in the Mazda?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the bodies go? Oh, like what part of the car?
It was either the back seat or it was the trunk. I don't really remember. I just know that he took the blue Mazda.
Okay. Did you all get in the car after that?
No, me and Anwan actually stayed back. He told us don't go nowhere. He made us clean up.
How did you clean up?
I just told Anwan, we gotta pretty much gotta get out of here. And we gotta use bleach. We gotta use bleach to get this up. We just cleaned it. We cleaned it up with bleach.
What happened next?
Cleaned up until he got back.
He got back?
Yes, ma'am.
By he, who are we talking about?
Brice.
And did he come back alone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you what happened to the bodies?
Said that someone said it was burnt.
He said he burned them? Well, did he say who burned them?
No, ma'am, he just said he dumped them in the backyard.
And he told you the bodies were burnt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you where he dumped them?
West End somewhere.
West End?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he satisfied with your all's cleaning job?
I don't know.
Did you all clean more when he got back?
He was just trying to dispose of all the evidence, pretty much.
So what happened with that?
He made me and one clean the blood. When he got back, he was disposing of evidence. So
What type of evidence?
could have been clothes. It could have been, you said sheets. I don't really recall. I just know it was evidence.
And was it stuff with blood on it?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you all do with that stuff?
It was took to a dumpster and they burnt the stuff up.
Okay. Why didn't you and Anwan just leave during the night?
You said, why didn't we?
Why didn't you? While he was gone.
He didn't have anywhere to go.
I was too scared, to be honest with you. I wasn't even in my right state of mind at that point. I mean, me personally, I never witnessed or seen nothing like that in my life. So, I mean, I don't know why we didn't leave, man. To be honest, I just know we were scared. We just went along. We just did what he told us to do.
So when he got back, and you all dealt with the evidence, what happened next?
I just remember riding around and getting dropped off, as far as I remember.
Where'd you get dropped off?
I know we went to a few spots, but I don't really remember the spots we went to. I just know we took us somewhere. I went home, and then M1, he got dropped off somewhere. So, after that point, I went to my grandmother's house, and that was it.
Did you eventually, did you have a pair of black Timberlands?
Yeah,
Tell us about those.
Those was originally mine. Those was my boots that I got. I let Maurice have them at that time. I don't know if I had them on that day or the situation. I don't know if I had them on that day. I just know they had blood on them. And then everything that I had on, I just was trying to get rid of. Stuff like the only thing I had was the boots on. I just remember putting them in a closet at my girlfriend's cousin's house. And I put them in a closet. And I kept them there until I was picked up by police.
Was that Monisha Anderson? Monisha, was that her name? Your girlfriend's cousin?
Yeah, Monisha Anderson.
And was that on Liberty Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
And after, were you arrested on this 3 days after it occurred?
I was arrested on May 25th after the 22nd. So, I was arrested. And I knew they was coming for me, obviously. They already arrested Brice and one, so I knew they was coming for me.
And that day, did you talk to Detective Tonelli?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell him what you just told the jury on May 25th?
Around that time, everything, my first statement, I did.
What sort of statement did you give at that time?
I just told him that I didn't know.
Why did you say that?
Scared. I didn't know. I just didn't want to say what was going on at that time. To be honest, I really didn't want. I didn't know what to say, man. I didn't know. I just didn't tell him everything. I just remember saying certain things. I didn't really tell him everything that was going on in the situation.
Later on, did you give a different statement?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what had changed at that point?
Everything I just said, pretty much, in the first one. Everything I just said.
Is this the true statement?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you receive some correspondence from Brice Rhodes? A letter?
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so the jury's going to get to know about the letter. Oh. He's going down. He's going down. Oh. That was emotional. Zap him. Oh, man, you can tell how traumatic that was. And it matched up to yesterday, to Anwan, you know, almost verbatim. Something that I noticed too, he said, when he was talking about the stuff that happened and the order that it happened in and stuff, he's like, I don't remember. It's kind of fuzzy. He's like, I just remember details. And that is very common in trauma situations too. Like you'll remember like snapshots of things, but you can't like, you remember details of stuff, but you can't necessarily remember what order certain things happened in. Like the overall order, yes. But with certain things, you can remember very specifically it happening, but you can't remember, which part came before this part or whatever. So that to me was something that stood out. And like him crying during some of the really tough parts and then talking about how hard it was to like how scared he was and stuff, and how he had never seen, like even the first murder, like he said, I'd never seen somebody get shot. And then he said, he'd never seen somebody get stabbed. And here he is, like, Maurice and Larry are two of the people closest to him. Oh, crazy. I'm glad that he decided to talk, though. I was a little scared for a minute there. Glanced at him. I mean, could you imagine he was 17 and the other one was 15. Could you imagine being that age and being in that situation, living house to house, not having, and they had said too that like he was, he'd be hungry. He'd go time without eating.
I'm going to show you, I'm just going to go through these page by page before we talk about them with the jury, just to make sure that we have, we know what to talk about. Do you recognize this page? Did Brice Rhodes give this to you?
Oh yes, here we go. Let's see it.
Did Brice Rhodes give this to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Receipts.
Did he give this to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the fourth page.
Yes, ma'am.
And did he give these four to you at the same time or different times?
It was the same time.
Okay. Did you see him as he gave these to you? Like you physically got these from him?
No, I didn't physically get them from somebody, gave them to me.
Okay. Did you see that all take place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to admit these.
Judge, we would object to move to master approach.
Sure.
Don't object. Got the balls to write a stupid letter. You should have the balls to let the jury see it. Pamela Nutter, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm glad you're spending it with us. He's doing great. You know, I hope that, because this is the only trial they have to go through, because everybody took a plea deal except for Brice. I hope that getting this out there and putting this behind him and Brice go into his new forever home helps all these kids to start to heal, you know? It's crazy. And them talking about how, you know, he was so close to those brothers, and then to have that whole thing play out the way it did. And that answered our question when yesterday Anwan said that, you know, he passed the knife around, and so Anwan had to stab Larry, and then they made Jacory stab Maurice. No, other way around. He had to stab Larry. Oh, I guess they both had to stab Larry, didn't they? Because he said yesterday he stabbed Larry. Oh, I hate that. Oh, gosh. They were freaking kids. Oh, yeah. We watched this video on here, Abe, where he said, "Nice cheap shot, coward." He is a coward. Cowardly piece of crap. 25-year-old man having to do this kind of crap to children. And everything he's done has been a cheap shot. What a disgusting human being. I think he said, let's do a poll. Start a poll. Do you think this witness is credible? Yes or no? That's the poll. That's the order. I know 17 of y'all will still ask me, but I'll read it one more time. The poll says, do you think this witness is credible? Yes or no? Oh, so sad. So sad. Oh, while we're at a little break, Charlie Adelson has been transferred from Leon County Jail to, it hasn't said what place yet. It just says a Florida Department of Corrections facility. So I'm sure I'll get an update again at some point. I wonder what Brice's mom did when she got home and saw her house. This is horrific. Yeah, mom and sister. But they said that they cleaned it up. But I mean, think about like all the sheets and blankets and all of that stuff that would be missing. And it would smell like bleach. Kelly P says, so I need clarification. Since he is finally talking, is he going to get jail time? He's already done his jail time. And he, keep in mind, this was years ago. He was sentenced in 2018, but he got credit for time served. And so he's done his time. That's what I was pulling up a little while ago to try to get all the dates on everything. I go backyard Kim. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I'm glad you're here. Such a sad situation. You handle this with dignity. Glad I'm part of Brandi's community. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Put that pen down. Zap him. Zap him. He's starting to get fidgety now.
Mr. Taylor, did you recognize this as Brice Rhodes' handwriting?
I know it's past to me. I don't know if he writes like that or not, if that's what you're asking. I don't know if he writes like that or not.
Sir, was any of this, was killing Christopher Jones your idea?
That was none of our idea. It was brought to us.
It was brought to you? Whose idea was it?
Brice's idea.
Who shot Christopher Jones?
Brice.
Was killing Larry and Maurice your idea?
Oh, no.
Whose idea was it?
Brice.
Who began the stabbing of Maurice Gordon?
Brice.
Who began the stabbing of Larry Ordway?
Brice.
Who told you to stab Larry Ordway?
Brice.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jones Brown.
Oh,
Somebody need a break? Yeah, all right, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back outside the doors. Well, let's just say 3:05.
Oh, Brice, for the jury.
Not right in the microphone. We have some no votes.
You need to use the restroom, Mr. Tyler?
Some people didn't think it was credible. I'm curious, for those of you who didn't think it was credible, why is that? What is it about it that made you think it's not credible? How have I, oh wait, that's not what I clicked on. Hold on, where'd it go?
Oh, sure.
Zap him.
I'm gonna turn the white noise on.
No letters. The thing is, if he's denying writing them, then, which he, of course, he's going to deny everything. If he's denying writing them, and they can't prove that it was him, then the judge doesn't have to let him in. But look at him trying to act like he's got some civility. He ain't got no home training. He acts like a freaking buffoon and an animal every other court hearing. And now all of a sudden whatever. I don't like him. Zap him. Oh gosh. So the only thing that was different than what I heard before in the openings, and I'd have to check from yesterday too, from Ann 1, because I don't remember if he even specified who was sitting where. I'd have to go back and look. But the only thing that was different was where they were sitting, because in all versions of this, Maurice was driving and Brice was sitting in the rear passenger seat. But in openings, they said that Larry was sitting in the rear driver's side seat, but Jacory said that it was him sitting there and that Larry was sitting in the front. But that's the only thing that I really saw that was different. But I thought it was, oh, someone hit no by mistake. Someone always does. Oh, there you go. But there are very few details that were different, and everything, I mean, everything lined up, everything matches up to the evidence too. I'm curious to hear from, we still have to hear from Tyrion or whatever, and then I'm curious to know who was the other person that was there. Okay, Anwan and Corey said the same seating. Okay, so then it must have been in openings. They just got it wrong, which is ironic because they're the ones that are supposed to know everything. Let's see. Oh, I hit the wrong button. So everybody basically who said it wasn't believable hit no accidentally. Got it. I feel like he clearly still has fear for his life, and I see why Brice is a scary person. Yeah. I agree. Let's see. You don't like, y'all don't like his duck lips? I'm kind of annoyed that he's acting normal too, because it ain't him. I mean, for the sake of the victims' families that are in there, you know, I'm glad, but at the same time, he fake. The fact he suddenly decided to behave tells you that he knew what he was doing when he was being obstructive. Shows intent. Yeah. Piece of crap. All right. 3% of you said you don't think he's credible, and 5 of you told me you accidentally hit that. So I haven't heard home training in 25 years. I still have. I talk like an old lady. It's the old lady in me. I would love a remote zapper. That's what I want for Christmas. Zzz. It was on a copy of the police report. It said, rats get exposed or something like that. Dino Kelly, if it scars really bad, he could put a tattoo under it that says, if you think this is bad, you should see the front. Yeah. His stupid face. Jessica says, have y'all seen him get zapped? Only in my head. I have zapped him in my head about 11 times now, but not in real life or on TV or on YouTube. Andrew F says, I hope he gets 3 consecutive life sentences and then some. I just think he should never see the light of day ever again. He obviously has not learned a lesson. Look at the way he's acted in his hearings and stuff. You know, telling the judge, like, you think I can't find out where you live? I just think that those kids came across nervous, but like I don't even think that yesterday was, it's not that yesterday wasn't believable. He was hard to hear. You could tell he didn't want to be there. Like, I mean, his stuff, you know, the stuff he said, it didn't seem like he was lying or anything, but he just seemed kind of detached, I guess is the word I'm looking for. But Jacory is like, he's feeling that, like, trauma, complete trauma. Oh gosh, he'll act up during victim impact statements, no doubt. I hope not. Well, by then, once he's already convicted, and I'm manifesting it. I'm going to talk it into existence. Like, there's no way he doesn't get convicted, I think. Hi, Robin. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome. I want to see him act up too. How many voted? Let's see. Let me scroll. We had 336 votes. Out of like almost 900 people, only 336 voted. Did Anwan say that Larry would? No, they both had the same story, that Larry was put in the bathroom and Maurice was stabbed first. Do you think Brice will testify? That's a good question. Let's do that poll. I don't think so. He'd be stupid to, because like that would open him up for cross-examination, which would make me happy. I am losing my hair. Great. Wonderful. All right. Do you think Brice will testify? Do you think Brice will testify? Yes or no? Old lady and me from hanging with the old people at the hospital.
I'm gonna ask you some questions. I can tell you right now, I heard that it was hard to hear you sometimes before. So I'm gonna ask if you can to lean a little bit over so everybody can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We have a lot of things I need to ask you.
Oh, the type.
And I'm gonna ask you about a lot of the same topics that the prosecutor asked, but I have some different questions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If my questions don't make sense, tell me.
The prosecutor had transcripts. You talked to the police multiple times, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I got them too.
We can start off with some things we can agree about, okay? So
You were definitely involved
in these deaths, right?
I was present. Yes, sir. I was there.
I really shouldn't call them deaths. I'm going to call them murders.
You were involved in all three of these murders, right?
I was present.
Well, you're not.
You don't really want to answer that question, right? Right?
If I was there,
That you were involved.
involved, I was there. Just as guilty, right?
In fact, you have not wanted to ever be in a courtroom talking about this, right?
No, sir.
He's not going to take
You
this
were
well.
hoping that you never get caught, right?
Yes, sir.
But you did.
Right?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about another thing that we agree about. The gun. The gun that you admitted when the prosecutor was questioning you, the 9mm, right?
Yes, sir.
You purchased that?
Yes, sir.
You purchased that by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you buy that?
Out in the home that night that it happened.
Tell the jury where that home is.
Maurice and Larry's house.
You purchased that gun at Maurice and Larry's house.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
You purchased it the night of the first murder.
Yes, sir.
Which room of the house were you in when you made that purchase?
No, I was downstairs.
I really couldn't hear that.
I was downstairs.
It was in the living room, the kitchen, a bathroom.
You can say that.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I really couldn't understand that last.
Downstairs. I don't remember what room. I just know I was downstairs.
So you're saying it was downstairs, you just don't remember which room? Okay. But you remember buying it. Was it with cash? Did you buy it with cash?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much?
Like $200-300.
Where'd you get the money?
I don't remember.
Who'd you buy it from?
A friend of mine.
Who?
A friend of mine that was there.
I understand that. I am asking you who the friend is.
He was kin to Maurice and Larry. He was kin to Maurice and Larry, and I bought the gun from him.
So you bought it from someone related to Maurice and Larry. I'm going to ask you again. I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but you really haven't answered my question. Who sold you the gun at Maurice and Larry's house?
It was a friend of theirs. I know he was there that night.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I actually.
It's a friend of Maurice and Larry's. And I bought the gun from him. He was there that night, and I bought the gun from him.
And folks knew you were there buying that gun.
Yeah, and one did. Maurice and Larry did.
You said that it was the same day as the first murder. I'm not asking you exactly what time, but
Was it at nighttime?
It was at night.
So it was a few hours later that it was used in a murder.
Yes, sir.
You said to this jury today that you got it for your own personal protection.
Yes, sir.
That's because telling this jury you got that gun for murder sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? Doesn't sound good, right?
Doesn't sound good, but I didn't get it for that. I didn't purchase the gun for that. Purchase it for me, my own protection.
It wasn't used for your protection, was it?
I didn't have it long. I didn't have the gun long to even use it.
That's exactly where
For
I
my
was
protection.
going. That's exactly where I was going next. And you got rid of that gun.
No,
Still got it.
gave it to Brice.
That gun was disposed of that same night, right?
Correct? That's right.
Your cousin, N1, right?
Mm-hmm.
You call him Butta?
Yes, sir.
Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You agree that he was in a truck the night of the first murder?
Yes, sir.
Pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
He was driving?
Yes, sir.
Stolen pickup truck?
Say that. Wasn't his. He was too young to drive.
I know your answer was you can say that.
Yes, it was.
You helped him steal.
No, sir.
That truck ended up getting burned, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Where did it get burned?
I don't remember.
You helped burn it.
Not to my knowledge. Not that I remember. Anyway, sorry. Not that I remember. I didn't help burn no truck. Not that I remember.
Your answer to whether or not you set fire to a stolen pickup truck is not that I remember.
I don't remember burning no truck. I didn't burn no truck.
Was it burned here in Jefferson County?
Yes, sir. In Louisville.
You know the county pretty well. Where was it?
In Louisville.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know where. I don't remember where, but I know it was in Louisville. Yes, sir. It was burnt in Louisville.
About when was it burnt?
Same day or the next day. I know it was after the Chris incident. I know it was burnt after that.
I notice you have face tattoo.
Yes, sir.
Is it one or two right there?
It's one. It's a name.
Okay. And I'm not sure. Do you mind angling yourself just a little bit? I'm not trying to be jerk. So the jury can see what is the name there, sir?
My daddy. MDIP Corey. My daddy.
Okay. And you also have an additional tattoo
What?
that I can see on your neck, right?
Angel Wing. Mm-hmm.
Objection relevance. He's just. Oh, okay, Coffer.
I want to ask you about something else, okay?
We just wanted the jury to see that. What a douche.
You talked about today about murders. When you first came in this room, you didn't want to answer those questions, right?
Sir.
It's fair to say that this isn't the first time you have not answered those questions. That may be a bad question that I just asked, so I'm going to ask it different.
Okay.
When you spoke to the police, you didn't want to answer any questions about your involvement either, did you?
No, sir.
What you're saying today is that Larry and Maurice, good friends of yours.
Yes, sir.
But you're also admitting to this jury that you were involved in their murders.
Yes, sir. I was there.
A little bit more than there, right?
I was there.
Well, let's talk about some of the differences between just being there and what happened. You're telling this jury that there were a whole bunch of people there, right? More than 5.
Yes, sir.
You told this jury that Maurice actually started something with you.
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor minimized it a little bit, but I want to make sure that I understand what it is that you're saying. You're saying Maurice pulled the knife on you.
Yes, sir.
There are different knives in this world, okay? Right?
Yes, sir.
Is the knife that we're talking about a knife that folds? Okay. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, sir. I don't recall what kind of knife it was. I just know it was a knife. I remember it was a knife.
So as opposed to like a kitchen knife or something like that, they're different. So you're saying you can't identify, don't know what knife at all?
It wasn't no regular kitchen knife. It was a knife. I just know it was a knife. It wasn't no kitchen knife.
Okay, not a kitchen knife. Did you see, and I'm asking you under oath, did you see him where he got the knife? Out of his pocket, someplace else, you know?
Not that I recall. I just know it was a knife there. He kept a knife with him.
So was it his knife?
Was it his knife?
Yes.
Yes, it was his knife.
So
No, you talking about Maurice's knife?
I am.
No, it was his knife. It wasn't his knife. I'm sorry
Okay.
about that.
All right.
He picked up a knife that Brice had, that Brice carried with him to attack me with it, to charge at me with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the knife, and if I'm being confusing, you tell me, all right? That knife that got pulled on you,
Yes, sir.
can you tell us about that knife? What it looked like? How big was it? Stuff like that.
Like I said, I don't remember. I just know it wasn't no kitchen knife.
Nurse for God, thank you.
I think you just told me, but I'm not 100% sure I understood it. So where did he get it? Was it on a table?
I don't recall where he picked it up from. I just know he picked it up and charged at me with the knife.
Okay.
I don't remember where he got it from.
Okay.
I just know, yeah.
He charged at you with it.
Yes, sir.
Can you show us with your hand how he was holding it?
I just remember he was like this, not like running with it, just like this, like holding it, like trying to come, trying to come towards me. Yes, sir.
Okay. What was he doing with that hand that was holding the knife?
I don't remember. I just remember him coming toward me with the knife. I don't remember what the whole.
Okay.
How he looked.
Was he running? Was he slow walking?
He wasn't running. He wasn't walking. He was just trying to come towards me. People was pulling him back to not come towards me.
So other folks were holding him back.
Yeah, to not come towards me, to stop him.
All right. Was he also talking while he was doing that?
I don't know, he was just mad.
But he was mad. You could tell he was mad.
Yes, sir.
You said, I'm trying to get this right, a minute ago, you lunged back. So you went back.
Yeah, I stepped back.
Yep. Okay. You did that because you didn't want to get stabbed.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And the only reason you didn't get stabbed is because other people grabbed him, right?
He wasn't gonna stab me.
Well, you lunged back because you were concerned he might, right?
Yeah, I lunged back, but he wasn't gonna stab me.
Well, he didn't stab you on this particular, he didn't, right? In part because people grabbed
Him back. Yes, sir.
Now, all this stuff we're talking about right now, everything we just talked about with Maurice, the knife, and all that, when the police first questioned you, you didn't say any of that, right?
I mean, I said something, but I didn't say about the situation. I didn't say about the murders.
Well, what you actually said was, I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't there. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. So all these things you're saying here to this jury, the first time you were asked about them, you said, I don't know. I can't help you. I wasn't there.
Yes.
You said, why are you holding me? I didn't do nothing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you said that over and over and over.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't true. Right?
First statement. Of me saying, of me denying.
All those things, right? Those are all lies. Right?
That wasn't true. The first statement. It wasn't true.
But you swore it was true. You said it's true, let me go. I didn't do anything, right?
Yes, sir.
But you were lying.
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony to this jury makes it sound like you didn't do anything wrong. Like you were there, you were watching, but you didn't really participate. Because that's what you eventually convinced the police, right? That you were just there, but you didn't participate.
Objection. Wanna come up?
Hi, RA. Drive safe. Long trip. Amy P says this is draining. It is draining, isn't it? It stresses me out. I'm very tense for him right now. And it's his whole thing with him participating versus being or involved versus present is annoying me.
This is the sort of thing I'm This is the sort of thing I'm asking you about. You were talking about people being violated, right? That's the term you used.
Yes, sir.
I think you're using that term kind of to mean punished. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before that happened, was there a vote?
Yes, sir. It was. And that I remember. It was.
When you just testified to this jury, when the prosecutor was asking you what happened, that didn't come up.
No, sir, it didn't.
But now you're telling this jury that in fact there was a vote?
Yes, sir. It was.
A vote.
And you were one of the people voting, right?
Nah, we didn't vote. He asked us. We said no. We didn't agree to it.
So your testimony under oath is that you said no.
Yes, sir.
What about your cousin? And why?
He said no as well.
What about the other folks who were there?
We didn't know them, so I don't really recall them even saying anything. I don't know if they said yeah or no. I don't remember that. I don't.
You don't. Your testimony is that you don't remember.
They could agree with it. They could not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember.
This is a vote that, according to you now, resulted in 2 deaths, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling us you don't remember the details?
7 years ago, man. I don't remember who actually said, let's do it, let's not do it. I don't know. It was 7 years ago.
But you want this jury to believe that you, in this vote, voted no.
Yeah. You said no.
It wasn't long after that before you were holding a knife, right?
I was past the knife.
You were holding a knife.
Yeah, I was past the knife. Yeah.
And you want it to be passed because you think that sounds better.
No, sir.
Because I'm not asking you how it ended up in your hand. I'm asking you, was a knife in your hand?
Yes, sir. A knife was in my hand.
Was it the same knife that you'd been threatened with?
Been threatened with?
Yes. By Maurice minutes earlier. It was the same knife that ended up in your hand.
Yes, sir. It was the same knife.
And you took that same knife, according to your testimony, and you stuck that knife, you stabbed with that knife into Maurice. Yes?
No.
You told us under oath minutes ago that you did.
Larry. He made me stab Larry, not Maurice.
So your testimony is that you did not stab both?
No, sir, I didn't.
So that knife that you've been threatened with, you only stabbed one of your friends with?
Yes, sir.
3 times?
I don't remember. Once or twice, as I told her.
These details matter to you, right?
Yes, sir.
They're important, right?
Yes,
Here we
sir.
go. Here we go.
And you want to make sure that the jury in this court don't know what really happened to Maurice and Larry. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true.
Robin, thank you.
Well, when you spoke to the police, you felt very strongly you did not want them to know what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
As you told us earlier today, because you didn't want to get caught. It was the first thing I asked you. And you talked, I know you may have talked with multiple people. One of those people you talked to is in the courtroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you point at the officer in the courtroom who spoke to you? Do you know his name?
Detective Tonelli?
That's correct. Do you remember if Detective Tonelli was there every time that police were speaking to you?
Yes, sir.
He was.
Yes, sir.
Was he running the room?
I don't remember. I just know he was there. He was present.
Okay.
Mhm.
He talked to you a lot, right? These weren't short conversations, right? And that's not a trick question. I mean, it's not like you didn't talk to each other for 5 minutes or something. You talked to each other for hours, right? Okay. One of these meetings is 126 pages, just one of them. Does that surprise you? That even just one of them is 126 pages long?
No, that don't surprise me.
Okay. And the police told you that you were going to get charged with murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't want to get charged with murder, right?
No, sir. I didn't.
So you lied to this man right here, right? Yes?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't lie once or twice or 3 times. You lied over and over and over, right? Yes.
No. Just that day I got picked up. Yeah. I lied. The day I got picked up. Yeah. I lied. I'm gonna get charged.
And you were hoping that if he believed your lies, they'd just let you go, right?
He's 17. What?
That was your hope?
Yeah, but we wasn't. I knew I wasn't going nowhere.
But that was your hope, right?
Yes, sir.
He told you he wanted to help you. Remember that? He said it over and over.
I don't remember the conversation. I just remember him speaking to me. I don't remember the conversation.
He told you that you could get life in prison for murder. Do you remember that?
Like I said, I don't remember what he said. I just remember him speaking to me. I don't remember.
When he was telling you that he wanted to help you, he also told you part of your job would be to help yourself. Remember that?
No, I don't remember the conversation. I remember me speaking with him. I don't remember the conversation, everything, all the details that was spoken in the interview. I don't remember.
Well, he told you details about his own life. And I'm not going to ask about that. But you remember him, they got you food, right? Something to drink? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And you sat together. He wasn't yelling at you, right? He didn't yell at you. He just told you needed to help yourself. He wanted you to give him details of what had happened in both of those, all 3 of the murders, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that you need to take care of you. Do you have a relative who ended up getting a lot of time on a robbery? You remember telling him about that? I mean, I said a lot of time.
Robbery? Not that I recall. No, sir, I don't remember that.
Remember him telling you some stories about different things that have happened to him when he's a police officer?
No, sir, I don't remember the situation. I don't remember him, the details in the interview. I just remember speaking with him. I don't remember.
At the end of the first interview, do you remember him getting a little bit frustrated? I don't mean yelling at you, a little bit frustrated that you weren't answering the questions the way he wanted. Remember that?
No, sir, I don't.
Remember him cleaning up his papers and saying, it's gonna be your last chance.
That part I do remember.
Okay. But it turned out it wasn't your last chance, right? Because he came back, right? Came to talk to you again. Right?
He could have. I don't know if he came back or not.
You remember that there was more than one time you met with the police, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When he was telling you things like that he could help you, that this was your last chance, you still didn't want to answer his questions.
No, sir, I didn't.
And you, in fact, didn't answer his questions truthfully, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. But at a later time, you changed your mind.
Yes, sir.
You decided to start telling him some of the details about the murders.
Yes, sir.
Because you, in fact, got charged with 1, 2, 3 murders, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want to start answering his questions, but you decided that it was the best way to get out of trouble.
You could say that, but it was just the right thing to do at that time.
It wasn't the right thing to do when you were first talking to the police, right?
It's too scared to do it, man.
And you were so scared in this whole situation that you took Maurice's shoes.
Wasn't me. I don't recall that.
We've already talked about how those shoes, the Timberlands, were recovered at your girlfriend's cousin's house.
They was my Timbs. All black Timberlands. That was mine.
That you took off the body of your friend.
No, sir. I don't recall that.
Man, approach the witness. I'm holding in my hand the plea agreement that you signed and executed. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving this to you. I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. First,
Thank you, Teresa.
recognize that signature.
Yes, sir. It's me.
All right. Yeah, and that signature is on the plea agreement itself. About this signature right here.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Right. And that is on your motion to enter a guilty plea. Now, looking at this, looking at those charges, how many murder charges were you looking at? Right there.
I was looking at 3. 3 counts of complicity in the murder.
And a 4th count. What's that 4th count?
Tampering with physical evidence.
Do you remember what your plea is on this?
10 years, I believe 10 years, 20 if probated. Sorry, my sentence out.
Well, first, all 3 of those murder charges were reduced, right?
Yes, sir.
As part of this plea agreement, they were reduced from murder to what's called facilitation to murder, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of looking at a life sentence on count 1 of murder, what were you looking at on just that count? Do you remember?
What account? Can you refer to it? The one murder charge?
The first murder count.
It's no murder's 25 to life.
And because of your plea agreement, that charge got reduced to facilitation. And then what we look at instead of life in prison. I can bring this back to you.
When it got reduced, reduced, I was looking at 1 to 5 for each count.
Correct. Instead of looking at life, you were now looking at 5 years, right?
For each count.
On the first count. On the second count, same thing, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the third murder, same thing. On the tampering with physical evidence, same thing.
Yes, sir.
It says on this recommendation, the Commonwealth recommends a sentence of 5 years on each count. 3 counts of facilitation of murder, 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. The Commonwealth recommends a total sentence of 10 years if to serve, or 20 years if probated.
Yes, sir.
When you decided to enter that plea, to cut the deal, that was your understanding of the deal, right?
Yes, sir.
Instead of looking at life, you now would be looking at either 10 years in prison or 20 years over your head if you got probated.
Yes, sir.
It says further that the Commonwealth, that's the prosecution, objects to probation. Right?
Yes, sir.
But it had another condition in there. It says the defendant agrees to testify truthfully in any and all proceedings of these events.
Yes, sir.
That was a condition.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you're here today.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ann.
And it says, should the defendant fail to testify truthfully as determined by the court,
Yes, sir.
then the Commonwealth reserves the right to withdraw from the plea and proceed against him, you, with the original charges.
Yes, sir.
He's going through all this to like.
Do you understand what that means?
Yes, sir.
That the Commonwealth, at the end of your testimony, could ask the court for a hearing and argue that you haven't been truthful, argue that they're not satisfied. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
And if they won that hearing, then you'd be looking at life in prison again.
Yes, sir.
And you don't want that to happen, do you?
I've been in prison. I don't want to go back. Of course, I don't want to go to prison.
You, in fact, served about 6 years on this. Is that right?
Roughly 6 years. Almost 6 years. Yes, sir.
You got out on the 1st of September, 2021. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't happy to answer any questions from the police officer truthfully, right?
I didn't answer truthfully. No, sir.
But in order to keep from a life sentence, you did, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want to come here today and testify, right?
No, sir.
But in order to keep this plea agreement intact, you did.
Oh my gosh.
Yes,
Pulling
sir.
teeth. Move on.
Thank you. And I don't have any further questions. Judge, we would move to introduce defense exhibit number 2.
All right, so admitted and Brice Rhodes.
He did good. He stayed respectful too.
Mr.
He-
Taylor, jumping back to the beginning of the defense cross, he asked about the gun from the Christopher Jones murder. What happened to that gun?
I know he wouldn't got rid of the gun. I wanted it back because, of course, it was my gun from the begin with, for my protection. I wanted the gun back. He wouldn't give it to me, so he did whatever he did with the gun.
And when you say he, to whom are you referring?
Brice.
And by Brice, do you mean the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, the conversation that occurred, it was characterized as a vote. Walk us through that, because what do you mean? What happened in that conversation?
When he said something about the vote, I do remember it was a sort of debate on what should happen. And I just remember we didn't really agree to it. We didn't want to do it.
Like, was this a vote where you all wrote down yes or no on a piece of paper and he added them up?
No, we just talking. We were just speaking to us about it happening.
Where did this occur?
In the living room, and wherever inside the apartment. I don't know, somewhere in the living room, hallway. I don't really remember.
At that point, was Maurice tied up?
I don't really remember at that point. I just remember it was a vote. We didn't agree to it.
Was it within earshot of Maurice? Like, do you think he could hear you all talking about it?
Possibly. It was out. It's not a big apartment, so, and it was five of us or six of us in that night, so it wasn't, we could hear.
Do you remember where in the time frame that occurred?
No, ma'am.
Was it before he got stabbed?
Could have been. Yeah, before. Yes, ma'am. It was before. Had a debate.
Do you remember, I know you said the knife was not a kitchen knife. What do you mean of like, how would you describe a kitchen knife?
Kitchen knife that, you just cut things on, like cut something with, like, but this is a personal knife.
Okay. A
personal knife that you carry around with you.
Would you have it in your pocket or?
A pocket knife, yes, ma'am.
How old are you now?
I'm 25.
And how old were you in 2016?
17, ready to be 18.
Do you, what was your birthday?
June 20th.
So did you turn 18 while when the prosecution first started on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that time, did you move from a juvenile holding facility to adult jail?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were talking to Detective Tonelli on May 25th, 2016, at age 17, did you have any family you could ask for advice?
I'm sorry, repeat the question again.
Did you have any family you could ask for advice?
About the situation?
Yeah.
I didn't have no family to really go to. I was out here,
Between the 22nd and the 25th, did you talk to anybody about this case? Like between when it happened and when you got picked up by police?
I don't really remember. I might have, but I don't really remember who I talked to.
Who would you have talked to?
Anybody was a friend or ex-girlfriend or something like that. I don't really remember.
Friend or girlfriend? Did you, you said your father had been killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to your mom and ask her for advice?
Our relationship was kind of rocky at the time, so probably not.
Did you have any older siblings?
I'm the oldest on both sides.
So that night, you talked to Detective Tonelli for, I believe it was 126 pages. I've got that correct. I mean, it was several hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you told him to summarize that you didn't know what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you say that?
I'm just scared. I didn't know what to say in the situation.
And just to clear up the thing with the Timberlands.
Mm-hmm.
So did you all kind of share clothes? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we all did pretty much. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Who had the Timberlands on when that night started?
I believe I did, because I remember.
But they had started out as Maurice's shoes?
We was trading shoes. I used to wear his shoes. He wear my shoes time to time, stuff like that.
Okay.
I had them on.
Then why did you leave them at Monisha's?
I remember that they had from all the blood and stuff on the crime scene. At the scene, my boots had a spot of blood on them, so I put it in Monisha's closet. And it was found there.
After you talked to Detective Tonelli that first time on May 25th,
Yes, ma'am.
at the end of that, were you arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did court proceedings start?
I was a juvenile. I went to court, and then I turned 18. I came to the jail.
Okay. And did you come to court from time to time?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
At that point, did you get a lawyer?
Public defender.
Okay.
I didn't get a lawyer, personal attorney.
And then in 2017, you gave the second statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those were the only two times that you sat down and gave a statement to Detective Tonelli?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Or any police, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you give the second statement?
Just to come forth, to be honest.
Okay.
I felt.
And also, I mean, I'm not trying to skew what you're saying. You wanted the deal that you got, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, it's better than going down for murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But did the promise of this great deal cause you to tell a bunch of lies to Detective Tonelli and the jury?
Sorry, say it again.
Did the promise of this deal cause you to tell a bunch of lies to Detective Tonelli at the second statement in 17 or to this jury today?
No, ma'am.
And the plea agreement was that the charges of murder would be amended to facilitation of murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your understanding of facilitation?
Yes. So it's my understanding.
Yeah, what does that mean to you?
He was pretty much there. He was there when it happened, but you didn't do nothing about it. You didn't call the police or try to, they say stop the situation. So
Okay.
he was there. He facilitated by being there, present when it happened.
Like helping it along to some extent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that how you feel about your role in this now?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, what do you feel?
Right now, I just looking back, we was just kids. We was just young. We didn't really, you know what I'm saying? I know me, I wasn't even thinking about stuff like that. I was too busy worrying about where I was gonna sleep at and being home and stuff like that. I didn't have a mentality. I didn't have a mentality of all that. I was just, I was just present when it happened. We never knew this was going to, happen. We never knew. It was talked about, but we didn't believe it. At the time, it was partying and stuff. We don't believe in this stuff, man.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Griffiths?
Whew.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Taylor, you're free to go. Counsel, you all would approach.
I was trying to see if Brice was watching him leave. He didn't. Wow. I think he did an excellent job up there. I think that him showing emotion, like you could see how traumatic that was for him. And I really hope that, he's doing better now. But not him. Not this guy.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and break for the evening, but I want to give you a little bit of information. Number one, I'm going to read the whole admonition again, just to be clear. Before you go, please recall the earlier order. You are not to do any research on this case or post information about this case anywhere. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source, it is your duty to bring it immediately to the attention of the court. Do not use any internet search engines, websites, blog, or any other electronic tools to conduct any research about this case or to help you deliberate on the case. And do not communicate online or elsewhere with anyone connected to the trial other than here in the courtroom where you hear testimony. Now, tomorrow I'm going to have you all come in at 9:15, but tomorrow we're not going to have lunch. We're just going to stop at 1, maybe even a little bit before 1. But you know, we're going into the week before the holidays, and you all have been going long days every day. So I think everyone can really use the half day tomorrow. The other good news is that it looks even more likely than it previously was that this will not go beyond next week. So that is good, and that is in part because we have all been able to be willing to sit here and go through the day and listen diligently, and so that's very much appreciated. And we will see you tomorrow outside the doors at 9:15.
So
don't forget your phones.
they're ending at 4
Sure.
today.
It's okay.
I remember in the first beginning, I think it's
They're ending at 1 tomorrow.
or whenever it's on.
The attorneys want to come up. I just don't want to answer this question without you guys up here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's fine. I just want them to be.
No, I was hoping we were going to get a hot mic. Interesting that they're going to end early, especially if they're trying to, like, if they're trying to make it so that this doesn't go beyond the holidays, then or beyond next week, then you would think they wouldn't want to be doing half days. Marie Moss, our official 13 juror statistician. Stats: 6 witnesses, 6 sidebars, 5 objections. Oh, hand gestures with the beard, 39. Just when the camera was on him. That's just when the camera was on him. And the camera wasn't on him much.
My colleague, Dr. Sina, saved the heart informally for examination.
I just started randomly. Thank you, Marie Moss, our official 13 juror statistician. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you. What a day. So I think everybody, for the most part, feels like he was honest. I know that the testimony from yesterday lined up to this testimony. What did I miss? Oh. All right. Everybody be nice. All right. So I feel like this went pretty well overall today. We have one more plea agreement fella who's got to testify, and that's Tyrion. I'm gonna learn how to say his name. I'm gonna learn how to say his name eventually. He's the last one that was there who is going to be testifying. Now, he wasn't there for the shooting. He was there for the kids' murders. So, what's going to be really interesting with him, we're going to get some new information from him, because remember, the two boys that we've heard from so far, I know technically now they're men, but I still 15, 17, I still think. So the two that we've heard from so far were the two that Brice left in his apartment to clean up everything, remember? So what's going to be really interesting about Tieran's testimony for his plea deal, he went with Brice when they put the totes in the car with the bodies in them. He went with them. So, and then when Brice came back, he was alone. So it'll be really interesting to hear his testimony, because we'll hear about, you know, we know how everything ended up, but I'll be interested to see what he says about that whole process and where he ended up afterwards, since Brice showed back up at the house without him. And he may be able to tell us who the other person was who was there, but also maybe not, because if they never arrested that person, then he could just kind of do the same thing the other did and be like, I don't know the guy. So that'll be interesting to see. But he's the other one that has a plea deal, so we'll hear from him. Maybe we'll hear from him tomorrow. But it would be the last one. Let's see. For a lot of y'all that joined in later that are asking for details of the case, if the very beginning of this stream, I did a recap of all the details. If you want to check that out once we're done here. Oh, what a day. What a day. There were some really tough parts to get through today, but overall, I am hopeful for Chikori. Maybe this will be good for Anwan too. You know, when he gets out, maybe this will be, you know, can we hear Charlie's phone calls today? Somebody sent them to me. I don't know. Somebody sent them to me. Somebody on Twitter actually sent them to me. He's been sending me a lot of stuff. He's been filing FOIA requests for stuff, and then he'll send it to me, which is kind of cool. But saves me from having to do it. Let me take a look. I haven't even looked at what all he sent me. I'll take a look. And if there's, and I'll ask his permission first, since he paid for the FOIA. I don't want to just share his stuff. And then I'll listen to him, and maybe we'll do a short stream tonight. And listen to some of them. I'll see. I'll check it out. The letters from Brice were sent in jail, and they were basically like one of them said something about, it was on the police report, they said, and it said something about like rats get exposed. There were a few of them, I think, but it was all basically like, you know, threatening him not to testify, that he'll be in danger if he testifies. So we need some Lucy. Now, Lucy is over here asleep on my pillow, actually. She's a lazy dog. Lazy dog. Do I know if the boy's mom will testify? I am not sure. I think that it would be hard for them to call her based on the amount of emotion that she's had in court. I don't know that. The thing is with the prosecution will only call somebody who has, information pertinent to their case and that, will help them, right? And right now she is a grieving mother in the jury's eyes. Of course, according to the defense, she's, a drug addict and was letting her kids do whatever, and was just a bitter ex because she had a romantic fling with Brice and all of that. But with her being so emotional and like, after her going after him in court and stuff, like it's kind of it would be a big risk, I think, to put her up there. So I don't know. Plus, I mean, we have the testimony from other people about, that she called and whatever, but I don't know what she could add that would help further the prosecution's case. It might be better for them to leave her out of it. But I don't know. We'll see. All right, what a day. Thank you so much. I'll see I'll see if I can get those videos that had his had the police interviews. I know that they have been released before. They Louisville Metro Police Department released them before, so I'll see if I can find them or file the FOIA because I really want to see all of those. Oh, I didn't say the name of the person who sent me the videos. He sends me stuff occasionally. He's not like a YouTuber or anything. He's on Twitter and he, he's really into cases and stuff and he likes to do investigation stuff and he sends me stuff a lot of times and, but he kind of stays under the radar, but he doesn't have like a YouTube or a podcast or anything. Like he's nothing like that. He just, is really into it. So, let's see what else. But will defense call her? Good question, Brooklyn. Will defense call her? I thought the same thing. I don't know if I don't have the witness list. I haven't pulled the witness list since I didn't get done. Since I ended up doing like a marathon stream yesterday and then didn't get to pull as much stuff. Maybe I'll do that today since we're ending a little bit early and I have a little bit of extra time and get some stuff pulled. What else? Did I miss anything else? I'm trying to answer all the questions before we go. Why did I move my desk? I moved it so I would have more room and this way I can see the water. So this way, now when I look to this direction, I can see out of the windows and see the Gulf, which is what I really wanted. Because I missed my view while I was gone. Missed my view. How is JT? JT is good. He is still doing shows like every other week on Thursdays. Great stream today. Yes. Great stream. Oh yeah, if they're going to, good point. If they're ending early tomorrow, let me see if I can get all of the stuff together and I'll do some of that today and see what I can do. I am not going to Zoom the Maya hearing. I didn't follow Maya. I didn't cover it. I don't know anything about it. So no, I am going to be covering this trial, not Maya. All right. I think I'm caught up and I think I've got all the questions answered. Right? I think so. Thank you, Advocate. All right, y'all. I am going to end. We only have, I was going to say, it's a short day today, but it was still 7 hours. But compared to, what was it? 11 hours yesterday. 7 hours feels like such a short time. So they're going to be starting at 9:15 Eastern tomorrow. So we'll start about 9. That'll give us about 15 minutes to chit chat, talk, celebrate anniversaries, all that good stuff. And spend some quality, loving time together as a family before court starts. I'll see what I can find out today about the videos and the FOIA requests and all that. I'll see what I can do. And if I go through that stuff, if we end up, I'll see about the calls. I know that other people have posted them, but if y'all just want to listen to them together and talk about it, then I'll ask him if he cares. But they're on other channels and stuff. Alrighty. Y'all are the best. I appreciate you so much. Thank you to everybody who gave memberships today and super chats and all of that stuff. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. And also thank you to, you know what else I need to do? Thank you to everybody who just showed up and hung out and liked and participated and all of those things, all of the good things. Tomorrow is going to be day, what are we on? 4? I'll set up the stream. Oops. Nope. Not what I wanted to do. Download. Let's see. I'll set up the stream so I can, because I know notifications haven't been working with everybody for whatever reason. And I can get it set up. What did I say we were going to start? 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Oops. We'll do this. I've gotten so much faster at this. This used to take me so many minutes. And now it only takes me a couple minutes. SDF, boy. Okay, 9 Eastern would be 8 my time. I have to math. Create. Thank you to our mods too. Yes, Tech Goddess. Tech Goddess. Or just Tech Executive Vice President, depending on who you ask. But I'm pretty sure it's Goddess status at this point, right? If I portal you over there, it seems to have been working for everybody. It makes it a little bit easier. And I have been able to, everybody can hit their notify me thing. And then that way you get notified when we go live. All right, and we'll portal you over there, hit notify. Oh, Grizzly's live. So Grizzly's live right now too. Everybody pop over, show her some support. All right, I think we're good. I think I did it. Save. Look at me go. Look at me go. All right. I appreciate y'all. I will see you bright and early in the morning for jury duty. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I love all of you. I appreciate you. Bye.